Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Sunday evening afternoon. I hope you are all well and have fresh air and are doing okay, not under evacuation orders, all of that sort of stuff. I hope you're all doing okay. So far in the SandBox, we have Real John Litham and David Chrysostom. Chrysostom? And her meteorologist. Welcome. As always, my unofficial producers give me some thumbs up that you can hear and see me okay, so that I don't do a live stream for an hour to an audience of no one. There we go. Her meteorologist. AB, good. Thanks. Yeah. Today has been the first breath of fresh air in like half a week. The air quality since about last Wednesday, real shit in my area because of the forest fires. Better than some, well, actually it's not. I'm not too far from Toronto, and Toronto is getting some of the worst air quality readings of any major city in the world. So, yeah, pretty bad, but entire communities were wiped out, and we'll be getting to, I have a massively long docket about the wildfires that we'll be getting to later on the stream to talk about that, but it's just, the situation is really bad for a lot of people who live in those remote areas, because one of the communities, Collins, it has another name that Namagusingana, I think it is. That entire community is gone. And that one, there were no roads to that community. You have to go in by boat across the lake type thing. So part of the reason why it's so hard to fight the fires here in Canada, and I've talked about this before, is our population density. We don't have communities. Like 80% of the entire population of Canada lives within 100 kilometers of the border. So we have so much vast open areas that we don't have the infrastructure to even get to a lot of these forest fires. So if it then gets near a community, especially if it's sudden, they're kind of on their own, which is just heart-wrenching. We should have been preparing for this because it's not like we didn't know this was going to happen. But again, we'll be getting into that during my wildfire docket. Well, let's see. How are we doing for numbers in here? I imagine people will only be trickling in because Vanguard decided to start at 4:30 today. Normally they start a lot earlier, so I'm only overlapping with them a little bit on Sundays, but nope, they decided to start at 4:30, so well, since I'm saving the wildfire docket for the last, then the people who are tuning in after the Vanguard will get that. But you guys, you know what you get? You get a sneak peek at my drawing that I'm doing of, well, Mehdi Hassan. There you see. Still got a fair bit of work to do on it. I think it's looking okay. I was really worried for a little bit that for some reason I have issues with the left eye. Of all my drawings of people, it's usually the left eye I struggle with the most, getting it to look right. And so I did that whole thing where it's like, okay, you turn it upside down and look at the reference photo. And you know, sometimes you think, that's lame. It doesn't work. It works. It does. Because I felt so much better about it after I did the whole flip it upside down and use the reference photo. So sometimes those little tricks that people tell you, do them. But there's something I'm super duper annoyed with. You can sort of see it. I see it, and it drives me absolutely fucking crazy. There's a line right here, and there's a line right there. That's because when I started, I did I decided I want to center this properly. So I did a thing on the paper like this, and I erased it. But for some reason, it's still like it changed the texture of the paper in such a way that it's still visible to me. And so I'm going to be working a lot with that to kind of get rid of it. Whew, I suddenly just got like super duper hot. Well, I had to close the window in here. Again, it's the first day that I've been able to have the windows open, so I don't have the AC on. Not that I've been having it on for the past few days either, because again, it's still bringing in air from the outside. And I've been coughing up a fair bit these past couple days. It's really been bugging my lungs. Anyway, yeah, so see if anybody's saying anything. I can call you Dave. Okay, I will try to remember that because I have a hard habit of, or hard habit? Sure. I have a habit of not remembering that people tell me I can use different nicknames for them, and so I still will. You know what I'm talking about, Real John Litham. I'll still say the full name. As opposed to like, oh, you can just call me John, but then I totally forget, you know, ADHD. It is what it is. I will try to remember because it's a lot easier than trying to figure out how to say your name. But yeah, I got some. So my biggest docket today is, Rusty, welcome to SandBox, loves the Palestine maple. Yes, I hand painted them, a bunch of them. You see, you got this. And on the back, I put Free Palestine. Woot woot. It's one of the things, though, that I can't sell them. Like, I don't want to. If I do art that's related to Palestinians, or if I were to do art that's similar to indigenous art, I would never feel okay selling it. So I just did those up. I did up a batch because I was going to the Palestine Festival, and had any left of the boxers saw me there, I would have given them one for free. So it's kind of like I made up a bunch to give out as gifts for people should I don't know, feel the need come across me, and then I have one. So, yeah, so I have some international news. Fairly small docket on just like federal news. With provincial news, it's really like one story is going to be the bulk of it. And then a really big docket on the forest fires. So, yeah, because the forest fires, that crosses over into federal and provincial territory, because both are responsible and both are making it worse. Because they're in lockstep with each other when it comes to our major projects take priority, you know, building AI data centers or new mines and things that takes priority. You know, a new luxury spa, that takes priority over, you know, those silly environmental regulations. So yeah, Doug Ford and Mark Carney are equally responsible as far as I'm concerned. But also we do run into the issues of like First Nation reservations are federal land, and so technically it's the federal government's responsibility to look after that, but they're scattered all over the place, and so they'll say, well, it's a provincial responsibility because it's a provincial park or something like that, and so the provincial and federal government like to argue with each other over who has to pay for First Nations, and then they just don't end up, the First Nations just end up suffering. But yeah. I was fine until this started, but I think it's because I had some of those Reese peanut butter cups right before I started, so I'm getting that sugar hit right now, and I have to sit still, and that's not working out so well for me. But I didn't want to do this while hungry. Um, so, why don't we get into the news? Still trying to get used to my new setup. Okay, me share news. There we go. So Avi Luz had posted this, and it's nice to have one of the federal leaders at least being very vocal about this issue, trying to bring attention to it, because, Mark Carney is just making it worse. He's totally fine with what's happening in Gaza. He's totally fine with the American imperialism. Says that he has said that he sees the Iranian strikes as justifiable type thing. So he's horrible. Pierre Poilievre is horrible on the issue. So it's nice to have one of the federal leaders actually talking about this like they're a real human being, somebody with an actual soul, because there is no way people can go around denying what it is right now. Like there's none. And it bothers me and sickens me so much that Zionists are still trying to gaslight us into saying it's not a genocide. It is. Has been for a while. Anyone with a heart and a soul can see that. And so Avi Lewis is one of those people with a heart and a soul, and says sometimes you read something that tells you what you already know, but you feel as if it's for the first time. I read this searing piece through hot tears of rage and renewed determination. Canada should be using every tool we have, legal, diplomatic, economic, to rein in and isolate this rogue state. It should be a national scandal that we aren't. Yes, absolutely. There's so much more that, our government could be doing to hold Israel to account. And from the beginning, it's always been Israel will continue doing what they are doing until they achieve their objectives or until other nations force them to stop. And right now, other nations are not forcing them to stop. So it's really, really scary. Hermeteorologist, when I meet Carney, I'm going to ask if he read his book. Are you going to meet Carney? If I met Carney, I would have a few choice words for him. So this is the Guardian article that Avi Lewis was talking about. In Israel's prisons, torture and death have become norm that it barely tries to hide. This is the end. I don't see myself surviving. They brought me here to kill me. Those were the words of Dr. Hussam Abu Safia to his lawyers earlier this month. Abu Safia was the director of the Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza 18 months ago when he was seized by Israeli forces and has since been held without charge or trial. He reports being struck with hammers and batons, daily beatings, and loss of consciousness. The latest image of him shows a much gaunter. I know this word. You know this word. I know this word. I'm just not saying this word right now. Man than the one who had been the voice of the besieged healthcare workers in Gaza, doing their jobs in the impossible circumstances. In June, Abdou Safia was transferred to Rakefet Prison, an underground facility first built to hold senior organized crime figures, then closed on the grounds that it was inhumane. Yeah, it's underground. There's no daylight there. People are locked away and out of sight. So only the most deprived people go down in there because they don't want to risk, anyone else that might have a modicum of decency left in them reporting what they're seeing. It was reopened in late 2023 by the far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. Abdou Safia and other Palestinian prisoners there never see daylight, a violation of the Geneva Conventions. Across Palestinian territories and Israel, about 3,500 prisoners like him are held under administrative detention that can be renewed every 6 months indefinitely. Nearly 200 of them are children. So these are the hostages that a lot of us keep on saying when, Zionists are like, oh, Hamas took hostages. And then we'll say, well, what about the hostages Israel is holding? And then they don't say anything because it's been thousands of people that they just rounded up from the streets being put in detention with, no semblance of a court or a hearing or even a charge. And some of them are even children. And as so many people have said, we've seen what happens to people when they know they're going to be released. People from the flotillas, Ro Khanna and what he said, and how he was treated. I don't think our psyches are prepared to handle the horrors when we finally learn what happened to, these children. Once a Palestinian is detained under these rules, they are essentially abducted by the state. Real hell is what is experienced once detained. Ali al-Samadi, a Palestinian journalist, was released earlier this year, unrecognizable. He lost 60 kilograms. For those of you who don't know how much a kilogram is, because you're American, 2.2 pounds equals 1 kilogram. So double that and then some. About half his body weight. Prison today is hell in every sense of the word, he told CNN. Everything they practiced was with punishment and revenge. The scale of abuse, torture, and death in Israeli prisons is well documented, but every once in a while an image appears that is Abu Ghraib-like in its relish and abandon. Earlier this month, a photo was taken by an Israeli soldier who was posted on social media. It showed a Palestinian man from Gaza face down, stripped to his underwear, bound with ropes to a plank and an iron rod. The caption said, "Good morning," in Hebrew. The echoes of Abu Ghraib were all there. The sinister gloating, the sexualized humiliation of stripped prisoners, the taking of photos of some sort of trophy. These are not isolated incidents or even measures established during the current conflict, although they have accelerated during it. The administrative detentions and abuse are part of a wider, long-standing system that has severed Palestinians from human rights and appears to be designed to terrorize, break morale, and collectively punish. For decades, the Israeli state has practiced a policy of keeping the bodies of Palestinians, refusing to hand them over to their families for burial. Some bodies are buried in numbered graves in sealed military zones. Others are held in freezers. Among those are 100 Palestinians who died in Israeli custody. No information has been provided about how they died. And then there are the missing, those in Gaza who, according to eyewitnesses, were detained by Israeli authorities but never recorded. These amount to enforced disappearances, according to the Israel-based human rights organization Hammouked, which is trying to trace the whereabouts of almost 2,000 people. Let's see. Oh, just a little bit more to go in this article. So these are only snippets, snapshots of a state in which Palestinians live under a regime of terror. The result is layered, diverse, and complex forms of trauma that seem to signal to Palestinians that their lives and even corpses belong to Israeli state. The practical infrastructure of abuse is shocking enough, but it feels like there is also an important psychological dimension, a sort of continuous smothering of a notion of autonomy. So many of the detained, including those with roles and profiles that suggest leadership or express community values, journalists, doctors, and civil society members. These people are part of a network that underlies the state or society, which means they must be shattered to communicate that there is no such thing as Palestine or Palestinian people. And last week I was reporting how they targeted someone who was just arranging showings of the World Cup because he was arranging it so that people there could see that sport. He was targeted and killed, I believe, with at least one of his children. What is remarkable is how much of this is happening in plain sight. How often is it shown clearly by a picture, whether it's footage of a Palestinian prisoner appearing to be sexually abused or the man in his underwear tied to a rod? How much of it is documented by rights group, posted by Israeli soldiers, bragged about by Israeli politicians? And how little is protested within Israel, or how rarely it moves Israel's allies in the West to express real outrage or demand real action. In the UK, there is a focus on settler violence, sanctioning settlers, as Andy Birmingham recently suggested, banning trade with illegal settlements. But that seems like an effort to locate the main problem away from the heart of the Israeli state. As fading Palestinian prisoners in dungeons appear before the eyes of the world, their death foretold, I think back to Abu Ghraib and how much those pictures moved and scandalized and came to define an entire era of unbridled power, racism, and cruelty. For that to happen, there needed to be a media and political class that pushed for investigation and accountability. Where is that to be found now, either within Israel or among those who can apply leverage from outside? There is some promise, in fact, that the UK Deputy Permanent Representative to the UN recently said that UK is concerned about the documented sexual violence perpetrated by Israeli forces against Palestinian detainees and called upon Israel to investigate, but I suspect everyone knows that will not happen. Yeah, devastating. We're seeing it clear as day. It's like the perpetrators are just posting it for people to see. There's no illusion that it's not happening. It's happening. They're posting it. They're bragging about it. And then they're trying to gaslight us into saying, no, this isn't really a genocide. So speaking of Ro Khanna, backing up a few tweets here. So recently, Jasper Nathaniel went back on to the Majority Report. He's been on there before to talk about Ro Khanna. He went to the West Bank and he got detained. I can't say I was surprised because there were 6 Canadian MPs who were they weren't allowed entry. I don't think they were detained, and I don't think Ro Khanna was detained in the way that we think detained. He was just held in place for a little while. It's not like I don't think he was taken to another location, put in a quiet room to be interrogated or something. And so it didn't surprise me at all that it didn't matter that it was now an American politician that was enduring the same treatment. And when Ro Khanna came back, he was like, now I understand, I feel it, and on and on and on. But he's still not wanting to recognize a Palestinian state. Like he's so close to getting it, but there's like this refusal to want to take the extra few steps. Sorry, I don't know how well my voice is going to do. Even though we've had clean air today, I think it's just been a buildup over the past few days, even though I would try my best to restrict going outside. And I had an air purifier on inside, and I don't know how much that helped. So hopefully it's not going to be too bad. So Dropsite had tweeted this out. Do you think Palestinians should just have to take it? On the Majority Report, Jasper Nathaniel said liberal Zionists often condemn settler violence when carried out against defenseless Palestinians, but recoil at the idea that they might resist and defend themselves. Like there's just the idea that somebody might want to lash out in defense, protect their own property, protect their family, protect their lives, and they might have to use violence to do that when that's the only option that seems to be available to them. They're just supposed to roll over and take it in the West Bank, the Palestinians. But as Jasper was saying, they can't exactly do anything about it, because if they were to harm a settler, then the next day 20 more would come to the property and horrifically abuse all of them. Responding to Ro Khanna's exchange with Jeremy Scahill, Nathaniel said, even Democrats who are evolving on Palestine remain unwilling to place Palestinians on the same level playing field as every other people in the world. For those of you who don't regularly watch the Majority Report, this is an important clip. How everyone keeps on saying, you know, Israel has a right to defend itself, but when you start saying, well, don't Palestinians have a right to defend themselves? You know, if we're sending arms to Israel to defend themselves, shouldn't we be sending arms to Palestinians to defend themselves? Suddenly those people are like, ugh, yeah, maybe not. Oh, and we've had a few more people jump into the sandbox. Big Jerry, BCAT, True Democratic North, welcome.
But the disconnect that happens is you see these people who are completely defenseless, like literally defenseless, up against people with machine guns, with the full support of the military, with the full support of the army. And the intuitive thing to think should be like, these people need to be protected. The settlers who are tormenting them and the army that's behind them need to be fought back. The question that Jeremy Scahill was asking him yesterday about, like, did the fighters in Gaza have a right to go after the military bases in Israel? Like, that's not really that different from what we're talking about here. Like, do you think that these people should just, these Palestinians should just have to take it, just get murdered and killed and starved and beaten and have their schools shut down and have their their humanitarian agencies shut down? And if they so much as throw a rock in return, you know, they will either be shot dead or thrown in jail. Like, do you think that's how it should be? Or do you think that, you know, Palestinians should have a right to defend themselves? And so I think that there's this sort of sleight of hand that happens with a lot of liberal Zionists, frankly, where it's easy for them to speak out against the settler violence, especially when it's against one of these, like, really vulnerable Bedouin communities where there's no armed resistance. But you take it one step further and it's like, what needs to happen for the Palestinians here to be able to have a chance to survive? And the idea that, like, they would possibly, you know, take up arms, or that Israel shouldn't be able to, you know, do these things and have an Iron Dome to make sure they could never face a counterattack, that's just out of the question. And I think it just shows that, like, even when you have somebody evolving on this issue, we're so far from any mainstream Democrat saying something like, Palestinians have a right to defend themselves. Palestinians have a right to have their own military. Like, that is just still, I don't think you can hear that from any mainstream Democrat. And that, to me, just shows that, like, look, I think it's positive that he went there. I want to also say to people who are saying that Ro Khanna uses people as props, like, the Palestinian people who he met with, the ones who I know, are not naive about this. Like, they understood this was a political trip for him, that he was going to use this. They chose to meet with him anyway. They thought that it was worth telling their story. So I just want to, like, caution people against just acting as if these people had no agency whatsoever. Like, a lot of them know who Ro Khanna is. They follow American politics. But again, it just, like, I'm glad the trip happened. Hopefully something good comes of it. But, like, he and everyone else basically is still so far from, like, putting the Palestinians on the same level playing field as every other people in the world who has a right to defend themselves, who has a right to live in dignity and has a right to not be terrorized every single day.
Well, that's the irony of these Democrats saying they support a two-state solution, because statehood would necessitate having your own military. And that is part of why this two-state solution fiction is just a way to bide more time.
So Ro Khanna actually replied to this, quote, tweeting out, I have great respect for Emma Vigeland as a journalist who speaks truth to power, and Infinite Jazz, who literally put his body on the line to prevent Palestinians from being beaten or killed day after day. I saw his courage with my own eyes on my trip. So I believe he was the same one that got the footage of having to run away from a mob of settlers, and it looked like a zombie apocalypse. And they had to rescue, like, an elderly woman who was being beaten and stuff, and it's just horrific. But Ro Khanna continues saying, I believe Palestinians have the right to dignity and statehood, but not the right to defend themselves. I believe they have the right to not be beaten or occupied. The best way to achieve this is through non-violence and having America and the world recognize their claims to justice. If they are to wait for the rest of the world to help out, that's not coming. That's not coming. But, you know, you want them to be nonviolent. How about the Israelis stop being violent? So Gandhi succeeded through nonviolence. My grandfather spent 4 years in jail in that movement. King succeeded? Are you talking about Martin Luther King? I know my American politics aren't the greatest, but wasn't he shot? Like he was assassinated. That's a success story to you? I don't think he's talking about Stephen King, but you know, if you're talking about Martin Luther King, he was killed. And during his time, there was a lot of pushback. Not too many people liked him. I believe with a new generation of young people in America seeing the moral stakes of this issue, Palestinians will finally see justice. How many more have to die before that day comes? Yesterday, we passed the Massey Amendment to zero out aid to Israel. 2 members said to me their yes vote was partly because of what they saw happen during my trip to the occupied West Bank. See, it could happen to one of us politicians. They don't even care about us, so you might want to vote with me. Because they have to make it about them in order to actually care. Anybody who thinks you have to go out of your way to get held up by a gang of extremists with M4s has no idea what is actually going on in the West Bank. I hope that in the weeks ahead, people will focus on the fact that on the ground, we'll focus on the facts on the ground. We will be putting out videos and op-eds with Palestinians telling their own stories. I plan to tell their stories wherever I go in my district and county. Well, somebody quote tweeted that with, I know who this person is, but I can't remember his name. And so the person tweeting says, the last time Palestinians tried the whole Gandhi MLK nonviolent protest thing, which was a year after you were first elected to Congress, the Israelis responded by gunning them down in cold blood, and you completely ignored it. So I'm not going to play this full video, but this person here, is it Matt Tay? He's just really reading out how a whole bunch of people were killed. So
what did the commission find? Let me quote its conclusion. Demonstrators who were hundreds of meters away from the Israeli forces and visibly engaged in civilian activities were intentionally shot. Journalists, health workers who were clearly marked as such were shot, as were children, women, and persons with disabilities. What did it look like? That's the general picture. So let's flesh out the flesh. Quoting from the report, Mohammed Obeid, a 24-year-old footballer for the Al Salah Sports Club, took out his telephone and began recording a selfie video. An Israeli security forces sniper shot him in the right side of his right leg as he filmed himself approximately 150 meters from the separation fence. The bullet passed through his right leg and hit his left leg just above the knee, shattering the base of his femur. He was standing alone. The area was quiet and calm. A 16-year-old boy climbed onto the high ground, approximately 300 meters from the separation fence. He was distributing sandwiches to demonstrators. The ISF, Israeli Security Forces, then shot him in the face with a single bullet, which entered his nose and exited his skull.
So he just goes on. And for people who don't know what he is talking about, he's talking about this, the Great March of Return. And this happened in 2018, 2019. You know, so many people like to start history on October 7th. This was years before that. This was the conditions that they were living under. And the only way I know about this is volunteer work through Amnesty International. If it wasn't for that, I would have never heard about this. So in 2018-2019, Gaza border protests, also known as Great March of Return, were a series of demonstrations held each Friday in the Gaza Strip near the Gaza-Israeli barrier from 30 March 2018 till 27 December 2019, in which Israel killed a total of 223 Palestinians. The demonstrators demanded that the Palestinian refugees must be allowed to return to lands they were displaced from in what is now Israel. The protest against Israel's land, air, and sea blockade of Gaza, and the United States' recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. This is what happened to them when they were doing the peaceful protest. They all they were doing is walking towards a wall that Israel put up around them because they were keeping them in a large open-air prison, restricting access, restricting aid, electricity, all that sort of stuff. And these people were simply walking towards the wall. No violent, nothing. And they targeted people. They targeted people for fun. They targeted people with medic jackets on, with press jackets on. They didn't care. The Israelis targeted whoever they could get in their scope. So there's a lot more on this. So I will toss this Wikipedia link into the SandBox if you would like to learn more about this. Let's see what's next. So again, more ass-kissery from Canadian politicians towards Israel. So Senator Leo Houskaus said yesterday, today, and every day, I proudly and unapologetically stand shoulder to shoulder with Ambassador Maud Idou, the great people of Israel. And the great people of Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East where freedom, human rights, and the rule of law prevail. What a fucking moron. The state committing genocide, where they've kept people in an open-air prison for decades. That's freedom? That's human rights? In a state where Palestinians can't vote? That's democracy? What a bunch of utter bullshit. And this is like last week I showed that Neha Nenshi, the leader of the Alberta NDP, was also standing, smiling with this douche canoe. And so Sean here was just saying, I cannot think of another country that stands so firmly on the wrong side of international law, yet continues to enjoy normal relationships with Canada, professor of a Western university. No, they should be barred from coming to Canada. The embassies should be shut down. You know, diplomatic ties should be cut. Sanctions, boycotts, all of that. All of that. Because it's not just the politicians, it's also our police departments. I've touched on this before, so I'm not going to read through the entire article, but I will be tossing it into the SandBox for you guys. Edmonton Police Commissions doesn't want to talk about Israel. The body ostensibly tasked with providing civilian oversight to the Edmonton Police Service, EPS, isn't interested in hearing criticisms of Chief Warren's Dreyschel's February trip to Israel. On Thursday, the Edmonton Police Commission, EPC, held its first meeting since this newsletter revealed that Dreyschel traveled to 2 illegal West Bank settlements, which Canada has never recognized as part of Israel, and met with a parliamentary police unit that executed 2 unarmed Palestinians on camera. The chief also visited a facial recognition surveillance system in occupied East Jerusalem that monitors Palestinians' resistance 24/7 before meeting with a representative of a mysterious Company C, Edmonton police have piloted facial recognition software on body-worn cameras from Coresight AI, an Israeli firm. It's unclear if anyone in the EPC was aware of these details, let alone the trip itself, when it was unilaterally approved by Chair Ben Henderson, a former city councillor who attended the July 16th meeting virtually. We're getting into some dangerous territory here, the way that our authoritative elements of our governments are collaborating. It's because I'll be getting into it. I just wanted to play a little something from Democracy Now! About something else that's happening international that's not getting any attention. And then I'll be getting into something that happened in the States, something that Canada was participating in. And the fact that we have so many politicians and police forces that are so buddy-buddy with a state that is currently committing genocides. And not only that, they're training with them. They're getting tips and tricks from them. They're, advancing their technology. They're trying it out in Alberta. And I didn't see this future when I was a kid. I thought things would be getting better, not worse. We think we're safe in Canada. We're not. We see the authoritarianism happening down in the States, happening in Israel, happening in the UK, and we think we're safe here. It's just happening more quietly, but it's happening. So before we get into some of that, I just wanted to go over this Democracy Now! Clip, because I did not know this, but apparently there is a cultural genocide going on in Morocco right now, and parts of the Odyssey were filmed in occupied Western Sahara, defying requests from Sahrawi people. Advocates are now calling for a boycott of the film in what they say is complicity with Morocco's occupation and cultural genocide. If you believe in boycotting things from the West Bank that is being sold by Israel, then can I get a thumbs up in the SandBox? I haven't seen anyone comment in a little while, and I heard my computer make a weird noise, so I just want to make sure that everything is still streaming all right. So if somebody could give me a thumbs up, I'd super appreciate it as I play this clip.
Hollywood's blockbuster adaptation of the ancient Greek poem, The Odyssey.
And I'm going to be skipping over the trailer.
Premieres on movie screens around the world today amidst growing calls for a boycott. Human rights campaigners are criticizing director Christopher Nolan over his decision to film a part of the film in Western Sahara, a vast territory in northwestern Africa that Morocco has occupied for the past half-century. This is a trailer for The Odyssey. It features demanding a boycott. Earlier this trailer, a part of it for The Odyssey. Sahrawi campaigners and filmmakers are demanding a boycott. Earlier this month, they held a protest during the London premiere of The Odyssey.
Free Sahara! Free Sahara! Free Sahara! Free Sahara!
And I did speed this up too.
For more, we're joined by two guests. Maria Carrion, former Democracy Now! Producer. She lives in Madrid, Spain. She's executive director of FISAHARA, the Sahara International Film Festival. And Abedin Mohamed Hamoudi, filmmaker from Western Sahara, born and raised in the Sahrawi refugee camps in Tindouf, Algeria. He's part of Sahrawi Voice, a collective of Sahrawi filmmakers and journalists. Maria, let's begin with you. If you can talk about how you found out about the making, where part of the film was made, and your efforts to reach out to Christopher Nolan.
Yes, we found out exactly 1 year ago. Some activists from Dakhla, which is in southern Western Sahara, alerted us to the fact that Christopher Nolan and his team were in Dakhla in the White Dune, filming part of the movie. As a result, we asked them to leave. We asked Universal to stop the shoot and Nolan to leave with his team. However, instead of leaving, Nolan, he was first photographed with the Moroccan Minister of Culture, Mehdi Ben Said. Then the Moroccan Minister of Culture went on to say that this shoot was going to be just what Morocco needed in order to promote Dakhla as a filming destination, in addition to it being a tourist destination.
You know, economy is more important than cultural genocide.
Now, this occupying force is practicing cultural genocide against the Sahrawi people, ethnic cleansing, especially in Dakhla, where people are being routinely ousted from their homeland. And it's the site of mega projects, big port resorts, wind farms, agriculture, roads. And so by staying silent for 1 year and then using this footage, Nolan has basically become an accomplice to Moroccan occupation of Western Sahara. The real odyssey being that of the Sahrawi people who for 50 years have tried to liberate their homeland. They are separated by a wall, as you've covered extensively in Democracy Now! The people in Western Sahara are repressed, arbitrarily arrested, imprisoned. There's actually a Sahrawi prisoner now, political prisoner on hunger strike, facing death. And the only thing he wants is to be released, as the United Nations has called for him to be, along with all of the other political prisoners from the Gademi Z protest camp. And his name is Namas Fari, and he is fighting for self-determination in Moroccan prison. So what we've done is first we called for them to leave, then for them not to edit the scenes into the film. And now that the film has been released and clearly they have used these stolen images from Dakhla, we're calling on a campaign by the public not to go see the film and instead watch films about Western Sahara and become aware that it's an occupied territory also supported by the Trump administration.
Yep. So much happening in the world, it's hard to keep track of all of it, but yeah, just not good. And a lot of people who learn about this will still spend money going, because I would say the majority of people have no idea. They're just going to see the movie the way the movie is promoted, and they have no idea about this. And then those who do learn about it, I don't think it's going to change their mind about seeing this movie, given the hype around it. Spending money to see this movie. Because that's not enough to sway people away from, you know, the perks in their lives, the personal joy that they want. Okay, so we're going to be moving on to some American news around ICE, and then also around something that happened that Canada was involved with. But I think before that, I'm going to check the SandBox just briefly. Big Jerry saying, send all of the billionaire and oligarchs, robber barons, fascists, magrats, and rightoids to Mars forever. I would not be against that. They keep on saying that they're going to go, so they should be the ones to volunteer. And people giving me thumbs up that they're still streaming. Apparently, BCat did not get a notification. Yeah, YouTube's weird. YouTube is weird. My Graham Plattner video did okay for my channel anyway. I think it's up to 1,600 views now. So, I don't know. I'm just, like, that's good for my channel. But it still makes me nervous because of all the work I'm putting into the TYT essays. It's just, if each part only gets like 1,000 views, there's a message in everything that I'm trying to say, all of that sort of stuff. I feel it's important to get out there what I'm trying to communicate about Cenk and Anna, but that's a hell of a lot of work. So I hope that they do better, because the two of them are just getting worse and worse and worse. So yeah, I did get some more work done on it, but I'm still not close to done. It's still going to be a while before I get the initial draft done. And then once the initial draft is done, it's still going to be a while before everything else is done. So, but I did make some progress on it this week. Well, BCat thinks it's good for my video. It is, you know, got some decent views on it. Made about $7. Huh? YouTube has switched around what it shows me in my studio, the YouTube studio. So it used to tell me like my like ratio, and I liked seeing that actually, and now I don't get to see it unless I have to investigate like every single video, like click on it and click on something else in order to see what that is. So that's annoying. But then it has like as an easy display, estimated revenue for my videos, and it's like, yeah, made $7 from it. But that's the estimation. So if only I did like 100 more of those every month, then I still wouldn't be getting much money. One of these days, this channel will pop. It will pop. And you all will be the OG. You'll be the OG of my SandBox. You'll be like, we knew her back before she was bigger than Hassan. That would ever happen. But you're like, yeah, we knew her when she was just small beans. Okay, so why don't I get back into it? Here we go. One of these days, I'll have a quicker process for this. There we go. Thank you so much, Rusty, for the $2 super chat. Please join Doctors Against Genocide live every Sunday. Like right now? Like, are they live right now? I can look into them. And thank you so much for the super chat. Every little bit helps. The Wild West, welcome to the SandBox. The TYT will bring it, hopefully. Yeah. Well, here's the little hiccup with the TYT bringing me the audience, is that if they're there just because of the TYT video and they have no interest in Canadian politics, it's going to be a big ebb and flow. But I hope the videos do well. And for those who are joining just a wee bit later, this is the progress I've made on my Mehdi Hassan drawing so far. Still got a fair bit to go on it, but I changed the hoodie from the last time I showed it off because I really did not like how that hoodie was looking. I'm much happier with it now. I've started to add some of the scruff to his face. I don't think I'm going to darken his skin too much more. Because I went through the last 2 portraits I did of like Sam. One was of Sam, one was of Emma. I think I went overboard with the darkening because it used to be that I wasn't going dark enough. And then I think I went overboard with the darkening on their skin because Emma looks really tanned in the portrait I did of her. And it's not too far off from like the same skin tones that I'm adding to Mehdi, but I think I went too dark. So it doesn't help that the quality of pictures I'm working from are shit because I'm doing screen grabs, and so they're not high def, like even if it's a high definition video, it's hard to get like fine details. And the more details I have in the photo, the better the drawing. And then when I print them off, in order to get some more details, I have to do one that is just the standard, but then I have to brighten one as well. And then they print dark. And so then it's hard for me to get some of the details from that photo. So then I have to be looking on my phone as a digital so I can manipulate it that way and stuff. So it's hard for me to get the right balance of how dark do I make the skin. But I think, yeah, I don't think I'll be darkening his skin any much more than what it is. Oh, Rusty, they're in the morning. The Doctors Against Genocide. Okay. I will try to remember that. If you have me on any of your social medias, remind me, please. Because that's usually when I'm sitting right here, getting ready for this. Rusty, his hair looks peachy. It is fuzzy. It is fuzzy. Okay, so let's get back into the news. Lots to go over. So Jesus Freaking Congress had tweeted this video out. We'll see it in just a second. I've seen it on other platforms. Absolutely horrific what ICE is doing down in the United States. And so this video is terrifying, and it's another example of how ICE is making everyone less safe. At a Las Vegas International Airport, 2 people in plain clothes are seen trying to handcuff a man. The man is screaming for help. When the person films asks a TSA agent what is happening, the agent replies, "It's law enforcement." But when the person filming walks over and starts recording the people claiming to be law enforcement, one of them tries to swat the phone away. Then, as more people begin watching, they get up and leave. The man is left with a handcuff still attached to one of his wrists. He is visibly shaken and says they stole his belongings. Think about how dangerous this is. And we've been warning about this from the get-go, when you just have ICE agents in nondescript vehicles pulling up on people, throwing them into vans, in plain clothes, all this sort of stuff without proper ID. How do you know? How do you know if they are even an official ICE agent, even though I would argue and say that that entire organization is not legit? How do you know if it's law enforcement or somebody trying to rob you or kidnap you or harm you in some way? Like, they've made the United States the lawless West again. Like, it's just, and then if you try to protect yourself and it does turn out to be an ICE agent, then you're going to get in trouble for it. So the government is normalizing armed agents in plain clothes grabbing people in public without immediately identifying themselves in a way bystanders can verify. That creates confusion, panic, and makes it impossible for ordinary people to know whether they are witnessing a lawful arrest or a kidnapping. In this case, people intervened. They started asking questions and filming. If no one had stepped in, who knows what would have happened to that man? A government that expects people to simply accept unidentified agents taking some away without question is making every person in the country less safe.
Whoa, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
They know it here. I got to think they go.
What's going on?
That does not look like law enforcement right there. Not remotely close.
I don't know what they're doing.
What's going on?
I don't talk to them.
What's law enforcement? What's going on? We can still have the right to know what's going on.
So did this TSA agent verify that? Or did he just assume?
Everyone back up. Are you okay?
What are they doing?
Are you okay? Everyone back up. Come on. Come on.
And you can see the handcuff is still on him. Right there. And those are not easy to get off. You need to have like a proper key for that sort of thing.
Come on.
Okay. Oh,
Hey, who are they? Hey. That's law enforcement. Bro, yo, dude. Hey, that's not.
And then we run into another issue that's happening in the States right now, and that is child trafficking. I think would be the technical term for what is happening. And so The Hill had posted this: migrant children may be adopted after parents are deported. Holes in immigration and law are allowing state and court judges to grant custody of migrant children to American families without notifying or their deported parents, the Associated Press reported Tuesday. The AP sourced hundreds of court documents and immigration records to reveal several cases of children being permanently legally taken from their families after initial separations. The report focuses on a case of Alexa Ramos, who was separated from her mother Arsiles for 15 months to explain the issue of legal standing for children placed under Office of Refugee Resettlement. Arsiles Ramos and her daughter fled from El Salvador to the U.S. to escape the children's abusive father and were arrested upon crossing into the border by U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Normally, running from abuse means that Ramos would be granted asylum, but she was denied because of criminal charges against her. After months of Ramos being in detention and Alexa being in foster care, the mother was deported after being unable to get a lawyer to defend her asylum request. She said she was forced by an agent to sign a waiver to leave her daughter behind. Legally, when a parent is deported without their child, that child is not supposed to be allowed to be permanently adopted. And the reality is that for every parent who is not located, there will be a permanent orphaned child, the U.S. District Judge Dana Saarberg said in August. However, the foster family that Alexa was placed into in Bethany Christian Services allegedly ignored repeated requests from a variety of institutions, including the Department of Homeland Security, to return her to Arsiles. When officially ordered to return Alexa to her mother in December 2016, the foster parents, Sherry and Corey Barr, sued, claiming that she would be abused if returned home. A Michigan judge granted them guardianship. After pressure from social media and Salvadorian government for the family to be reunited mounted, the Department of Justice weighed in, saying that the Barrs obtained their temporary guardianship order in violation of federal law. The Barr's attorney and Michigan judge were also found to have violated federal law by not notifying Alexa or her mother about the guardianship proceedings. In a statement to The Hill, DHS spokeswoman said that the cases the AP review came under the Obama administration, emphasizing that all the adoptions were done legally. DHS takes seriously the responsibility of those in our custody without the opportunity to look into these claims, as we are not provided a name, alien number, or identifying details. We find this claim to be baseless, the spokeswoman said. Alexa was finally returned to her mother in February 2017. Once returned home, Alexa took time to adjust to living in El Salvador, initially pining to return to Michigan and refusing to eat or play. The case study presented is indicative of larger loopholes in the immigration center. The AP contends because the state government tends to run child welfare systems, inconsistencies between federal law and its application at the state level are frequent. AP's conclusions are especially important given that 300 parents were deported to Central America without their children just this summer as part of the Trump administration's zero-tolerance policy at the border. DOJ responded to requests for comments by deferring questions to DHS. So these families are just being ripped apart. You know, trying to flee to keep their children safe, and then suddenly their children are just adopted out somewhere. And so many children have gone missing, especially when Trump took over and they had that policy of child separation. So many just went missing. They weren't able to track them down later to be reunited with their families. And then what happens is, especially with the very young children, is they spend like a year and a half with a different family. You know, they forget their actual parents, and then when they're returned, it's like they're being returned to strangers, and there's a lot of psychological harm that happens to them that way. But also when they're adopted out, they're trying to strip them of their culture. You know, it's horrific and unconscionable that this is allowed to happen. But now we're moving into this. Ken Klippenstein had tweeted out White House press release. Far-left extremism will be treated with the same seriousness and ferocity as the world has long reserved for jihadist terrorism. As I said before, I am an international terrorist now, probably. So Trump administration unleashes global campaign to crush radical left terrorism. And who gets to define what radical left terrorism is? Because, you know, like in the UK, sitting peacefully with a placard is considered terrorism. If it says that I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action, that's considered terrorism, in line with like jihadists. We are entering some dangerous, dangerous territory here, where they can just round up people that have opposing views and just arbitrarily charge them with terrorism. So under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump, far-left extremism will be treated with the same seriousness and ferocity. Yeah, so that was in the title there. So here are some of the clips from this convention. Branko just saying the term for this is accusation in a mirror, where you accuse your opponents for the things that you want or plan to do. You know it is, since Miller just had his agents summarily execute 2 more people on U.S. streets this week while building a network of concentration camps, talking about ICE agents killing a couple of people who were innocent of anything. And even if they were guilty of crimes, they should still be, held through a process, go to court, have a trial, that sort of thing. You can't just execute them. So this is from Stephen Miller himself.
President Trump issued a directive. In our parlance, it's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM. NSPM 7, to be exact.
Far too little reporting has happened on the NSP7. NSMP7 with mainstream media in the States. People would not be on board with this because it goes against the very core principles of what America was supposed to be. A freedom, a land of freedom, and all that sort of, bullshit that they tried to sell people. The idea that you can be arrested for being an extreme leftist. Like, I'm worried about a lot of the independent reporters that we rely on for our information, protesters, politicians who are extreme left-wing. I'm worried about them.
That directs, for the first time in American history, all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country. It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government. And we've seen this has taken place many times in many places throughout the years, and Secretary Rubio has provided you many examples. Left-wing terrorism always ends in bloodshed, misery, and suffering.
Are there examples of that? And again, define what your left-wing terrorism is.
It only can travel in one direction. There's no point at which the left-wing terrorist is satisfied with his gains and ceases progressing.
And I'm just so fucking sick of the right wing constantly accusing the left of being the violent ones, when over and over and over again, disproportionately, the violence is perpetrated by the right wing towards the left. So many vulnerable communities are targeted over and over and over again, and yet they keep on saying that the left is responsible for violence, when clearly, overwhelmingly, it's right-wing perpetrators. And it really gets at me, because some of the best people I know are within leftist circles. It's like all of them. Left-wing radicals are advocating for a better quality of life for everyone. Like, the support that I've had from these left-wing circles and stuff, I didn't get that growing up, when I was growing up in a conservative household. It is just to attack so many wonderful people who are putting their lives on the line sometimes to just make sure that everyone has health care, that everyone is free to live who they are. But we're the violent ones? And I'm sure everyone has seen the footage of him when he was like a teenager, and he hasn't aged a day since then, saying how, it's best just to chop off fingers because, an executed slave is useless. But if they're just tortured, then that's like motivation and they can still work. This guy is a psychopath, as Aurora's is saying. And welcome to the SandBox. Here's another clip. Again, normally I would shy away from any sort of comments on people's appearance, but when the right wing latches onto it so much, it's just kind of mirrored house. Not a glass house, a mirrored house. Because if you're going to go around dissing people's looks, you might not want to look like Nosferatu's pet project.
To subjugate, to oppress, and to inflict pain and suffering. It's not a coincidence that when you look at these violent Antifa demonstrations, you see any photograph of those who were assembled. To be blunt, not one of the people that is demonstrating looks like a normal person. Not one looks normal.
Counterpoint, Antifa demonstrators are hot as fuck. They are hot as fuck. Antifa demonstrators? Whew. Hello.
They're all deformed in some way, in their appearance, in their dress, in their mannerism. Why is that? Why? If you look at two photographs and you see a normal American street, you see.
And of course, the right wing, with their eugenics, is always hung up on appearance.
An Antifa protest. Why do the people that are violently demonstrating, why is there not one normal-looking person among them?
And what violent demonstrations are you talking about? Because when I see like left-wingers demonstrate, I see people in rainbow outfits, funky hairdos, interesting outfits, body art to help express themselves. I see a wonderful variety of people versus, khakis and white t-shirt gang.
Every one of them, through the course of their life and their decisions, has scarred their body and their appearance in many different ways, to the point in which their outer appearance becomes a manifestation of their inner hatred.
Yeah.
Trust your instincts. To all people and across all civilizations, you know what normal is. You know what beautiful is.
What is normal, actually, when it comes to appearance? What is beautiful when it comes to appearance? Those are all very subjective.
You know what good is. You know that families are right. You know to subject.
Yes, the projection is strong with this one. Because, I don't know, but look at what the hate has done to my face and hair and other body parts. Whew, yeah. It's really deformed me, all this hatred. Just really deformed. Yeah, full of hate these are. Hello, Looney Tunes. Welcome to the SandBox. So David Miller just saying this is the precursor to socialists and academic journalists, artists, and unionists ending up in concentration camps. Understand what is happening and protect yourself, your community. America is sick and sickness will spread. And so Novara Media had tweeted this out. The U.S. has signaled that it will refocus its so-called counterterrorism efforts on repressing left-wing groups. And I believe there's already been some investigations launched into like Code Pink people and whatnot. In a speech to officials from more than 60 countries on Thursday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said far-left terror has been overlooked for far too long. Probably because it doesn't exist in Western countries. Left-wing terrorism does not exist. I'm not worried about left-wing terrorists at all. I worry about right-wing ones. So it comes as Donald Trump's administration intensifies its crackdown on activists opposing alleged rights abuse by federal immigration agents, as well as opponents of Israel's genocide in Gaza and the proliferation of AI data centers. And so people who start protesting AI data centers, suddenly they're left-wing terrorists. People opposing ICE are left-wing terrorists. And the thing is that a lot of the protesters, it's not about politics for them. It's not about a left-wing ideology that they're out there protesting. Their fucking neighbors are being kidnapped. That's why they're protesting. AI data centers threaten the electrical bills, water, the environment. That's why they're protesting. It's not because they have some sort of like leftist ideological leaning sometimes. Like it's just, you know, it's just their lived material existence is being affected by these things. And so they're protesting. But we've already heard, like, a lot of the people that have been rounded up by ICE, they'll be like, oh, but, you know, their spouse is a Trump supporter and all this sort of stuff and on and on and on. It's like, when they start cracking down, they don't give a fuck what your politics are either. If you oppose them in any way whatsoever, suddenly you are a left-wing radical terrorist because you're opposing authoritarianism.
For far too long, however, our counterterrorism doctrine has had a blind spot when it comes to extremist violence from the political left. Last November, the State Department designated 4 violent far-left extremist groups as foreign terrorist organizations.
And one of them is being Antifa, even though it's not a group. Antifa stands for anti-fascist. So would that make everyone in the American military Antifa? Because who did they fight in those world wars? Right, they fought fascists. So wouldn't they be anti-fascists? Like, that's the thing. There's no headquarters. There's no, you know, secret handshake, you know, code words, anything of that sort. It does not exist as an organization. It is a way of thinking, anti-fascist way of thinking. So you're trying to criminalize thought. It's the thought police that the right wing was constantly, you know, fear-mongering about, and now they're the ones doing it.
And there will be more designations soon. This is what radical leftism is. It may wear various different slogans and ideologies across place and time. They can call themselves anti-capitalist or anti-imperialist or communist or anarchist or Marxist, but the fundamental character is always the same. It's always the same. It is a poisonous resentment cloaked in the language of equality and justice and the world communism.
Yeah, we do tend to resent authoritarianism. And personally, I would be fine with the government's completely collapsing. It's just, I don't want that because I don't know how to rebuild. Like, I have no theories. I have, you know, no idea what could replace the so-called democracies that we have here, the way our government works. You know, unless we have like a bunch of vampires come in and take over the world. I have no idea how that would actually happen within humanity. So as much as I say, yeah, I wouldn't mind dismantling the entire system. To what? Ideally, something better. But I'm worried with these people in control that it's going to be something much, much darker. And they are doing it. They are dismantling our governments. They are the constitutions, all things that used to be norms, out the window.
Envisions is a world without God.
Old ideological boundaries are now giving way to new operational alliances. The unified front between international Marxism and radical Islamic movements need not share the same ultimate vision to share the same immediate enemy of free and self-governing societies.
A National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM, NSPM 7 to be exact.
And then we don't need to go over this last part because I just showed that clip. So, what have I been alluding to this entire time? Canada, Mark Carney sent senior officials to attend that conference. So Avi Lewis is quote tweeting out this. So Mark Ramsey here is just saying the Carney government has a senior official from its embassy in Washington attending Trump administration summit to rally allies behind a new U.S. campaign targeting left-wing groups it claims to are top terrorism threat, the Star can confirm. And Avi Lewis is saying Trump is fueling a new McCarthyism that is both delusional and dangerous. Like literally somebody like Avi Lewis could be considered a terrorist. It's clearly intended to crack down on Americans who are resisting his anti-democratic agenda, including deadly ICE raids and endless wars of aggression. It also serious escalation of violent authoritarianism from our next door neighbor. Canada's participation in this spectacle puts progressive Canadians at real risk. It's outrageous, and the Prime Minister owes Canadians an explanation as to why he's involving our country in this ugly episode. I would not feel safe going down to the States right now. Not with my social media history and my YouTube channel. But this is the Star article, which surprisingly, not behind a paywall. I guess this is my one free article for the year. So Canada attends Trump extremism summit amid concerns over politicization. The Trump administration is urging Carney government and other allies to treat left-wing extremism as top national security threat, advancing a major shift in counterterrorism strategy that is raising concerns about civil liberties and the potential impact on Canada. What left-wing extremism? What has the extreme left-wing done? Oh, well, there's the occupation of Ottawa, the trucker convoy. That was right-wing, right? Oh, there was the January 6th. Oh, right, that was right-wing. Let's see. Can we think of any terrorist incidents related to somebody with left-wing ideology? Like they were doing it because of left-wing ideology. They do try to pin some stuff on us, like the assassination of Charlie Kirk, but we still don't know that person's ideology. There was the mass shooting in Canada at a school. And just because the person who did it was trans doesn't mean that they're left-wing. And they could have done it for a whole bunch of reasons, not just ideology. Let's see. So what is something that was distinctly left-wing ideology-related terrorism? Are there any examples? And defending themselves and protesting ICE agents, ain't it? You know, protesting AI data centers, that's not terrorism. Anything? U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and top White House advisor Stephen Miller laid out the priorities Thursday in front of a senior Canadian embassy official and representatives from more than 60 other countries, including the entire G7, who gathered for the Washington summit aimed at rallying allies to the cause. So here's the thing. Even if you went to listen because, you know, it's part of your job and stuff like that, you could come out later and say, you know, these guys are batshit crazy. You could send some reassurance to the populations like, we're not going down that road. It'd be nice. It'd be nice. After days of keeping quiet about his plans, Global Affairs Canada revealed Thursday morning it had sent Sarah Cohen, the embassy deputy head of mission for foreign policy and national security, to lead Canadian delegation at the meeting. While Rubio invited his ministerial counterparts, Canada chose not to send Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand because she had prior commitments. The government also consulted like-minded countries, many of which sent officials at similar level, according to government sources, who requested anonymity to speak freely. The department also downplayed Canada's attendance on Thursday, saying the country regularly exchanged views with other countries on violent extremism trends. Okay, but where's the trend? If you're exchanging views with other countries on violent extremism trends, then why are you attending this? Because there are no trends of the left wing committing extreme violence. So by going there, you're kind of legitimizing or trying to the claims of Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio that this is an issue, that it should be treated as such. And noting the long history of cooperation against terrorism between Canada and the U.S. The initiative, which follows the high-profile assassination of right-wing commentator Charlie Kirk, has raised concerns among experts who say there's little evidence that that left-wing extremism poses a threat on a scale being claimed. Again, we still don't know why he was assassinated. That has not been released. We don't know. He was just a right-winger, that much we do know, but we don't know why he was targeted. We don't know if there was ideology behind it or if the person was just nuts. They also questioned why U.S. officials are no longer speaking as openly about the significant threat posed by right-wing extremism. That's something we need to be worried about, but then they would have to like thin out their ranks of ICE agents and stuff like that. And they kind of need them to round up the immigrants and kidnap children. This kind of strikes most people who follow extremism as opportunistic, politicized event to target certain kinds of activism, whether it's Antifa or revolutionary socialist ideas or environmental or animal rights activists or pro-Palestinian activists and things like that, says Queen's University. Amarthna, who argued Trump is trying to silence opponents of his political agenda. It kind of groups them all together under this broader far-left label when all these sub-movements within that would be completely ideologically diverse anyway. Stephanie Carvin, a professor at Carleton University and former national security analyst for the federal government, says Canada's attendance can be valuable to understand the U.S. perspective and does not mean the Carney government or our national security agents agree with the Trump administration. Then they should make it clear they don't. But it does pose a risk of legitimizing their rhetoric. Carvin added, NDP leader Avi Lewis took aim at Canada's attendance on Thursday, saying it puts progressive Canadians at risk. Now, here is something I don't get. This has happened a few times, but Avi Lewis tweeted out this article about the Toronto Star. Trump is fueling new McCarthyism. And they have his quote in the Toronto Star of the tweet that he... Chicken or egg, which one came first? Because that's the quote in the tweet. I don't understand the order of operations of this because this has happened a few times today when I was looking up different information. Anyway. So in his public remarks on Thursday, Rubio railed against the threat of radical leftism, and that is distinctive and uniquely evil and driven by a hatred for civilization itself. Another pet peeve of mine. I finished that part of my TYT essay, how Cenk constantly accuses the left of being full of hate. The kindest, most compassionate, most loving people I know are left-wing. You know, the queer community, communities of misfits. Whereas compassion and empathy is mocked on the right wing. Hatred is in their scripture. But they constantly accuse the left of being full of hate. There's... Miller, meanwhile, claimed that left-wing violence would lead to gulags if left unchecked. Oh, you mean like the gulags you currently have to house people that ICE has rounded up. It's kind of like Zionists when they say, well, Israel has to do this genocide because they're afraid that if they don't, Hamas might hurt them. It's like, well, we have to lock away all the leftists and stuff like that because they might hurt us one day. So we're going to preemptively put them in concentration camps. They argued that Western counterterrorism strategies developed after 9/11 should shift away from primary focus on Islamic extremism and towards left-wing violence. For far too long, however, our counterterrorism doctrine has a blind spot where it comes to extreme violence from the political left. Examples, please. Even today, the very idea that far-left terrorism could be a serious threat is treated as a right-wing fever dream, or worse, as a dangerous fascist conspiracy, Rubio told attendees in a meeting he called unprecedented. Just give some examples. Can you do that? Are there examples of far-left extremism? You know, the people who are against violence, against prisons, against executions, those people. Scott Bessent, the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, said nonprofit and charitable structures were being exploited to fund political terrorism, and the U.S. needs to cut these groups' access to global financial systems to stop the threat. And there you go. That's how they're going to shut down all the left-wing type organizations. They'll just have to claim, well, you're being exploited for terrorism. So Code Pink will be shut down, and, you know, a whole bunch of other left-wing organizations, queer-related organizations, definitely, pro-Palestinian ones, definitely. All of them will just be shut down because they're being exploited. Notably absent from the remarks was any mention of the Jan 6 Capitol riot, which was also supported in part through nonprofit fundraising efforts, said Jessica Davies, the president of Insight Threat Intelligence and former Canadian government security analyst. Davies said she is concerned Canada can misuse terrorist listing process in response to pressure from Washington, something Canadian government has done before, she said. If there isn't operation information to be shared, the U.S. will be looking at us to do more symbolic things like listing, Davis told her. Carvin said it's not clear our national security apparatus agrees with the Trump administration's assessment, but Canada's support isn't necessarily for it to hit Canadians. If the U.S. wants to act, all it simply have to do is just list the people, sanction them, and their ability to exist in the 21st century becomes very difficult, Carvin said, pointing to the sanctions put by the Trump administration on the Canadian International Criminal Court Judge Kimberly Prost. The same thing happened to Francesca Albanese. Neither the Canadian Security Intelligence Service nor the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have commented on the meeting, offered their perspective on the U.S. claims about rising left-wing terrorism. CSIS did not outline the issue as a top threat in its latest annual report and warned that ideological motivated extremists are progressively driven by a range of often seemingly contradictory grievances and personalized narratives from across the traditional left-right ideological spectrum that often deeply intertwine with conspiracy theories. In other words, the person was crazy. So that's my one free article from the Star this month. And the thing is that, again, they're not saying anything here in Canada about this, but they're saying something. And some people are just, again, trying to brush this off like, oh, well, they were just, you know, exchange of ideas. That's all it was. It wasn't anything serious. You don't have to worry about it. No, don't worry about it. You're safe up here in Canada. It's not like this would ever happen here. From Mark Carney, today the Combating Hate Act comes into full force. Stronger penalties for hate-motivated crimes, a ban to public display of hate symbols, new tools to arrest anyone who tries to intimidate or block your access to your place of worship. Because in Canada, Everyone should be able to be who they are and worship who they choose, open, freely, and safely. There were already hate laws put in place. There were already laws put in place for criminal acts. This was to stop people protesting outside synagogues that were having sales of stolen Palestinian land. That's why they did this. Because synagogues were having these sale events of stolen land. And people were protesting outside those synagogues because of that. They weren't protesting people for being Jewish. They weren't trying to stop people from worshiping. It was specifically because there was a bunch of people selling stolen Palestinian land. And Independent Jewish Voices says today marks a troubling movement for civil liberties in Canada. Under the guise of combating hate, the federal government has enacted legislation that expands state power over protest and public assembly. From the labor movement to Indigenous and land defenders, from the fight for queer and trans liberation and movement for Palestinian freedom, social progress has depended on the ability of ordinary people to organize, protest, and speak out. A democracy that fears protest is a democracy in decline. This is just a way for the Canadian government to crack down on protests. Surf's also pointing out they intentionally took out language and protections for Indigenous people. The racism couldn't be more clear, and we're going to be getting more into that in the next docket, or the one after that. But this government is rolling back rights for Indigenous peoples. You know, all the milquetoast gains that we got under Justin Trudeau, it's being rolled back under Mark Carney. There's no ifs, ands, or about it. This is a fucking conservative, right-wing conservative who got in because Canada was in a vulnerable state with the Americans, and they wanted a daddy to protect us from the big monster down south. And he came across as that big daddy. Okay, close. It's the end of that docket. And what will be up next? Federal. Okay. But before we do that, we'll go and check the SandBox. I might need to run and get in there a drink, so I should have a video coming on soon where I can run off and do that. Because this is the first time I've really tried talking today, because I don't normally have these long diatribes to myself. And even though today had good air quality, so I could finally have the windows and stuff open, I think the buildup over the past half week has been affecting my lungs. But checking the SandBox. Okay. BCAT, oh my god, Medi looks great. Such beautiful work. Thank you. It's not done. Still have a lot of work to do on it, but at least he's recognizable. BCAT, indeed, Sandy. The terror is the point. The Wild West, exactly. Law enforcement should identify themselves and give their badge number at a minimum. Talking about the person that was just being thrown to the ground and handcuffed at the airport. Wild West, you could pretend to be an ICE agent just to steal people's wallets, phones. Yeah. And no doubt that has happened. Rusty, I'm preparing options to leave the USA. I wouldn't blame you. Let's see. John, instead of the Ring of Power, he has the Ring of Ghoulishness about Stephen Miller. Yeah. And he looks almost the exact same as he did when he was a teenager, which isn't a compliment in his condition. Grand Theft Autobot, Far Left Terror, what a crock. Welcome to the SandBox, and welcome to the SandBox Moomy. I'm not going to say the spoilers about the World Cup in case anybody wanted to watch after my live stream. I didn't even know there was a game tonight. Hello, Kit Bouwazi. Welcome to the SandBox. I'm sure I nailed that. Looney Tunes, oh yeah. The day the stupid, angry, white mega idiots did terrorism. Hello, Sotan. I think Steve? Kevin Logan, progressives in the UK you may like, and their handle. Yes, Kevin Logan. Raids my channel regularly, which I super duper appreciate. And I do watch his content from time to time to stay abreast of UK shenanigans. Hello, Lou. I'm gay, and my biggest concern are Muslim terrorists that have invaded the Western world, who openly hate us and kill us. Maybe wake up to the reality that we have what have the Jews ever done against gay? Nothing. You know what? If you're in North America, you should probably be more concerned about the Christian fundamentalists when it comes to hatred of queer folks. They're the ones that are the scary ones, and who usually attack queer folks. Like in general, there's not too many Muslim mass murderers out there that I know of, especially not compared to the Christian fundamentalists. And they'll attack Jews and Muslims. So I think they're the bigger threat. Grand Theft Autobot. I don't care about World Cup. I'm not a fan of football. And I'm also anti-FIFA. I suppose that makes me a terrorist in the US now. Maybe. No Justice. Yep, I know No Justice. She also raids my channel regularly, which I super duper appreciate. I even have a nickname when they raid. I call them Pawn Jumpers because I'm in Canada. So there's that. I welcome the Pawn Jumpers. I'd love to do a collaboration with them sometime. Okay, so next docket is just some federal news. There's not too much because I covered a lot of it in the last docket, and I'll be covering a lot more federal news in the wildfire docket. So this is just, you know, it's important to know how much this government dislikes Indigenous peoples. Like Amnesty International has had a report saying that Indigenous peoples, First Nations, their rights are being rolled back under this government. Let's go here, and then I do. So from CBC News, Liberal continue court fight against First Nations drinking water rights despite new bill. Common thing of the federal government, and Justin Trudeau was very guilty of doing the same thing. The court in Canada, like the Supreme Court, Superior Court, whatever you want to call it, often comes down on the right side of the issues. They follow our Constitution, and like a loose version, like a living Constitution type thing. And quite often, they rule the right way on a lot of issues. And then the Canadian government is like, fuck. So we're just going to fight it and appeal it. And we'll spend more money appealing it than it would have cost us to actually pay out. or to do said project or whatever it was, because they don't want to set a precedent of people's rights being respected. So despite the court saying, yeah, they get free water, the liberals are like, yeah, we don't think so, because it could get in the way of industry. Federal lawyers claim Samawata ruling paves way for unlimited government liability. The Carney government continues to fight First Nations in court to deny Canada has a legal duty to ensure they have safe drinking water on reserve, even as the Liberals advance legislation aiming to do just that. Water is a human right. So, of course, First Nations should have safe, clean drinking water. Something this country seems to have a really big problem with. You know, we can have pipelines that go across the whole continent, but, you know, having a pipeline that maybe has clean drinking water or does not pollute their water to begin with or clean up their water. The contradiction is promoting lawyers and opposition lawmakers to accuse the federal government of hypocrisy as the Justice Department tries to overturn a key ruling on drinking water rights, won by Shamatawa First Nation through class action lawsuit. Ottawa isn't disputing minor points, but mounting a wholesale, full-fledged effort to defeat the claim, said Toronto-based lawyer Michael Roseberg, who represents the remote northern Manitoba community in the case. Canada wants the Federal Court of Appeal to say that the federal court was completely wrong and there's absolutely no right to safe drinking water on reserve. Justice Paul Favell, ruled last December that First Nations have an unmistakable Indigenous interest in safe drinking water on reserves, an interest over which Canada has assumed control, triggering the duty to act in communities' best interest. But Canada is appealing, saying in a written statement argument filed in May 29th that Favell's decision went far beyond any existing legal obligation and paves way for unlimited government liability. Yeah, if you don't make sure they have clean drinking water, then you see, you could limit the liability by just making sure they have clean drinking water. In the filing, a team of 5 federal lawyers deny First Nations have a distinctly Indigenous interest in drinking water, asserting that First Nations' interest in their own reserved land doesn't include water because water is not attached to land but flows under and around it. So therefore, they can't be clean. You know, just because it goes across their land, it's not sitting there. See? Gotcha. No, they don't deserve clean drinking water on reserves. And the thing is, it's the reason why the federal government is responsible for the conditions on reserves. That's why this is their responsibility to make sure that they all have clean drinking water. That's federally run land. Rosenberg called this position absurd, but added that the real problem lies in how Canada's court argument is impacting the proposed First Nations Clean Water Act, Bill C-37, which the Liberals tabled 2 weeks after filing their appeal argument. A predecessor bill, which died on the order paper last year, explicitly recognized First Nations' right to safe drinking water, but the new bill replaces that recognition with weaker language declaring it is Canada's policy to further the progressive realization of this right. We're going to think about it. Court fight undetermining bill. Okay, so that's the bulk of it. I'll toss the rest of this into the SandBox so you can finish reading that if you like. So Leah Gazan, she is a NDP MP. Those are 2 separate things in those 5 letters. And so she says, did you know through Bill C-37, the Liberal government has refused to confirm the human right of all First Nations individuals to clean drinking water on reserve. Precious water legislation explicitly recognized this right, but the Liberals have deliberately removed it in Bill C-37. Apparently, in a country as rich as Canada, they seem to think the First Nations have a right to something so basic as clean, safe drinking water. To learn more about how you can help and push back against Bill C-37 and uphold human rights to clean water, click that link, which we will in a moment. But first, we're going to watch her video.
Did you know through Bill C-37, the Carney Liberal government has refused to confirm the human right of all First Nations individuals to clean water on reserve? Previous legislation explicitly recognized this right, but the Carney Liberal government has deliberately removed it in Bill C-37 because apparently in a country as rich as Canada, they seem to think First Nations do not have the right to something so basic as clean water. To learn more about how you can push back against Bill C-37 and uphold the human right to clean water, follow the link in the description or in my profile bio and join the campaign to ensure that everyone across Canada has access to clean water.
And here it is here. Now in the SandBox for you. Protecting water rights for First Nations. So you can do petitions, learn more about it, email your MP. And I'll have to remember to keep that tab open afterwards so I can fill it out when you all aren't looking. So this is from APTN News. Harsh words from Chief Opposition on Government's First Nation Clean Drinking Water Act. There were impassioned speeches from First Nations chief councillors, community members, and activists on the focus on day one of AFN's annual General Assembly turned to federal clean drinking water legislation. NDP MP Leah Gazan said Bill C-37 is the most recent example of the Liberals' government violation of Section 35 rights of the Constitution Act. Gazan pointed out Canada was legally obligated to pass First Nation clean drinking water legislation because of a court-ordered settlement in 2021. So, all First Nations should have clean drinking water by now. 5 years after that, the legal settlement, the most recent bill, the First Nations Clean Water Act, introduced this spring by Indigenous Service Minister Mandy Gull-Masti, still falls short of according to dozens of speakers. I'm concerned by this legislation, Gazan said. I'm concerned it's another attempt by the Carney Liberal government to erode Indigenous rights while trying to disguise it as progress. Let's see. If there's anything more in this. For communities who have lived with long-term boil water, advisories are still waiting for infrastructure. Members are tired of government inaction. I don't want to live in my community anymore, said band councillor Claudius Kusi from Kashechewan First Nation, a community long plagued by water woes in northern Ontario. Anishinaabeg Nation Grand Chief Lindia Debasi said previous iteration of the legislation Bill C-61 could have passed before Parliament was prologued in January 2025 when former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau stepped down. Let's see. And then also residential school denialism is an issue as well. So I will toss this into the SandBox. But, you know, I always recommend people follow APTN News if you want to learn more about what's happening with Indigenous peoples and how this government is treating them. So moving on to more ship moves from the Carney government. Mark Carney appoints former oil executive as U.S. diplomat. Oh, he's so in the pockets of big oil. And this is from the Maple. Prime Minister Mark Carney's government has appointed a former oil executive to serve as Canada's Consul General in New York, according to a press release today from Global Affairs Canada, also known as GAWK. Susanna Pierce, who served as president and county chair of Shell Canada Limited, will take over the role from former Public Affairs Chairman Tom Clark. According to a biographical note in Gach's press release, Pierce also serves as Director for Corporate Affairs for LNG Canada, a joint venture of Shell, Petroleum's Mitsubishi Corporation, and Petro-Canada, and so on. Archive biographical notes elsewhere describe Pierce as a board member of the Canadian Global Affairs Institute and the right-wing Fraser Institute. More with that right-wing stuff, Mark Carney is. In 2023, the advocacy group Environmental Defense accused Pierce of being a climate villain painting big oil green. The group claimed Pierce is an expert-level greenwasher, and it's a tactic she's used to distract from her plans to continue expanding oil and gas and extract every ounce of revenue for Shell. The same year, Pierce reportedly told Reuters that oil and gas companies can't be held solely responsible for the pace of the global energy transition. Pierce says, if you are a company that is servicing its customers that is still demanding fossil fuel energy source, it's difficult to then not provide your customers with that energy demand. She also expressed concerns about the Trudeau Liberal government's mandatory cap on emissions from Canadian oil and gas industry. She said, I don't think you should have emission caps on one sector by itself. Carney scrapped the emissions cap last year. In May, former Liberal Environment Minister Stephen Guilbeault resigned from as an MP. So, again, I'm tossing this into the SandBox so you can finish reading that up. Actually, I wanted to click on this. I'm trying to make a list of all the shit that Mark Carney's been doing, and I realize I need to go back and start adding it so that when the next election comes up, I just have like this list and put together a video like I did with Doug Ford. And then I realized I need to be doing the same thing with Doug Ford. So I have a lot of work to do over the next few days to get caught up. But it's best to do it now because the way that they keep up with these things is just crazy. It's hard to keep up with all of it. But here we have a statement from Mark Carney himself. Because, of course, with the country on fire, this is the concern, and this is where we should be spending money. Canada's next fleet of armored vehicles will be built right here in London, Ontario by GDLS Canada. These will be feats of engineering. More than 6,000 workers from more than 600 Canadian suppliers across the country will help design, build, and sustain them for years to come. Something seems a little fishy with this. What's this? My one and only free Globe and Mail article for the year? Canada to buy nearly $2 billion in armored vehicles. You didn't mention that in your tweet, Mark Carney, that you're going to be spending $2 billion on it. Oh, and what's the other part? From new strategic partner, U.S. defense contractor. So you're spending $2 billion on a U.S. defense contractor. How are those elbows doing? The federal government has picked the local subsidiary of U.S. defense contractors as Ottawa's new strategic partner to build capabilities for the country's growing military, Prime Minister Mark Carney announced Thursday. As a part of this, Canada will pay General Dynamics Land Systems Canada nearly $2 billion over 4 years to build 190 armored combat support vehicles, expanding the Canadian Army's fleet of such machines to 550 from 360. Mr. Carney said the company's plant in London, Ontario. Where will these be used? Why do we need these? Do we need these? We don't need these. We really don't. General Dynamics Land System Canadian Unit has been a key supplier of armored vehicles to the government since the late 1970s. Its ultimate parent company, General Dynamics, is headquartered in Reston, VA. I think that's Virginia. The federal government says GDLS Canada is the first strategic partner selected since it unveiled its new model for partnership in May. This new framework will enable companies to work more closely with the government to build the sovereign capabilities the military needs, Ottawa announced Monday. Yep. That's a whole lot of bullshit right there. Anyway, we'll toss this into the SandBox so that you can also read your one free Globe and Mail article for the year. Just missing that with your tweet that it's $2 billion that you're spending on these armored vehicles. How does that improve anyone's quality of life? Like, does that bring down the cost of groceries? Does that help with the cost of housing? Any of that? Does that make the material life of Canadians easier? No. Some temporary jobs for some people, but you're busy cutting so many public service jobs that it really, you're adding drops into a bucket you've been pouring out. I really hate this guy. Oh, he's probably going to go down as like the worst prime minister of my lifetime. But people are just so not paying attention to what he's doing. It is so just, you just want to scream into a jar and like blast it all over the place. Like, it's just so frustrating that he's doing all this stuff, but nobody's paying any attention because liberals are in charge. We're okay. No, we're not, because the liberals ain't in charge. Checking the SandBox. Let's see. Okay, I saw that. The Wild West, this is a great shame. We have so much water. Yeah. It's not that hard to get filters, what the fuck. It is a policy choice for First Nations to not have clean drinking water. That is strictly a policy choice. Because I was making this point before, but it should be obvious to everyone now. They're building these mega AI data centers within a year with their own fucking power supply and everything. If they can do that, we can have affordable housing. We can have socialized housing. We can have clean drinking water to everyone. When they choose to, they can really mobilize these projects. But instead, they're investing the money into these fucking AI data centers, but that's just proof that it can be done. All the suffering we're seeing, the environment, people's standard of living, lack of access to healthcare, unaffordable housing, all of that, groceries skyrocketing in price, those are all policy choices and could be fixed so easily. Like, you see what Zoran Mandami is doing, and he's barely been in power very long, and he's already making a marked difference. If we had somebody like that in Canada who got to be like the federal leader and had a majority and just started passing all of this, there would never be another government. Like, it's just, that would be our revolution. That would be us taking down the government, because they would always be voted back in. And that's part of the reason why when the Liberals were becoming out of power here in Ontario, like a decade ago, when they finally realized that they weren't winning shit, they endorsed Doug Ford, because they wanted to have a party in that would break the system and lose, rather than have one that would be a system that improved people's situations, one that the people would like and probably vote back in. Such selfish, selfish people that get into government. Hello, Christy. Supposed to get into government to, you know, help the people, but they're just there to help themselves. I guess the Vanguard is done because Looney Tunes is saying an unofficial Vanguard raid. Hello, Atticus Among Us. Christy, I used to drink water out of my hose. Now I'm afraid to drink it out of my faucet. Hey, Boku. Nice to see you. Boku, I lost face when I learned the Sutter Health Company owns Seagram's 7 as a kid. They're all owned by the same corporations. Okay, so I do want to keep those tabs open. I don't need that one. Don't need that one, but I need those two for later. My records. So we're getting into some provincial stuff next. And then after that is the wildfire docket. And so the provincial docket is mainly one story, but I'll start off with a few smaller stories. I just want to make sure, okay, that's in the right spot. Okay, let's get back to it. So on about Alberta separation. So Brandy Morin, an independent journalist, was saying a new emergency resolution passed re Alberta separation. The annual General Assembly of the First Nations. The annual General Assembly of the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, has passed a landmark resolution to protect treaty rights from threats posed by separatist movement in Alberta. The emergency resolution was put forward by Sunchild First Nation Confederacy Treaty Number 6, First Nations Grand Chief Joey Pete and Proxy Chief Matthew Kuhn, Cree Nation of Nemasaka, Quebec. It states that no province has the legal authority to alter or diminish or extinguish treaty rights or the constitutional relationship between First Nations and the Crown. Alberta can't separate because the land was not negotiated with the province. It was negotiated with the Crown. It's not theirs to separate. Nations from across the country have expressed their solidarity with treaties First Nations in Alberta opposing this threat. First Nations rights are not negotiable, and we continue to cooperation among First Nations will be essential in protecting treaty rights for future generations. Yeah. So all this referendum separation thing that Danielle Smith is trying to push through, in the end, it doesn't matter. Even if they were to win, it doesn't matter because it cannot happen. It can't. And people in Alberta are getting upset about it. And so this is about the separatist movement, but also about AI data centers. And somebody went to one of her, I guess, barbecue breakfasts, and gave her a piece of her mind.
You just went on a separatist podcast. Why are you platforming Berta Proud Dad? I don't care if I use Facebook. Yeah. You platform Berta Proud Dad as separatist.
Yeah, so she's saying that, so Danielle Smith has a podcast, and this person is saying, like, why did you go on this other separatist podcast? You know, it's not like she would ever come on to my podcast, but if there's a separatist, she'll go on theirs.
You're a separatist. You're a fucking separatist. You don't care about us. You only care about selling us out for money. Look, your fascist pancake. You just went on a...
That's a sound drop.
Fuck your fascist pancake! Fuck your fascist pancake! Fuck your fascist pancake!
Hell yeah. And so this is from the breakdown. Fuck your fascist pancakes. Smith got called out hard at today's pancake breakfast for putting AI ahead of Albertans and appearing on a separatist podcast. Fuck your fascist pancakes. That is a sound drop right there. Moving on to Doug Ford. Just a reminder, he hates people in Ontario. He hates newcomers, immigrants. So he says, our government will always be there to support people in hard times, but except for, because you see, there's the but. When you add a but, it negates what you just said. Our government will always be there to support people on hard times. But that doesn't include people living in Canada illegally. If provincial regulations need to be changed to make that crystal clear, we'll change them. So what's going to happen to these people then? Do you want them to be involved in crime? Do you want them to not contribute to society? Do you want them, like, what? Also, it's not like they're living large. I think somebody put it down here. Yeah. So the 280 times just saying, the problem with that, Doug, is you don't support people on hard times who do live here legally. No, he doesn't do that either. 730 in 2026 for Ontario Works. So that's welfare. That's the maximum you get if you're unemployed. There isn't a room you could rent for that much. And $1,400-ish for people with disability who medically can't work. Seen rent is lately. I think it's seen what rent is lately. That's not supporting them. That's waterboarding them. No. You should be supporting people. And as T-Dot resident says, narrator, he was not there to support people in hard times. Yeah. But, yeah, just Doug Ford making it clear he hates immigrants. Not the first time he's made such a statement. Won't be the last, probably. Also, something that's been going under the radar. I've seen articles from it from time to time, but we're getting into some risky territory here. So Spring Magazine had posted this, Keep Water Public, the quiet corporatization of Ontario's water. Doug Ford is attempting to privatize our water. What could go wrong there? So, Ontario's publicly managed water and wastewater systems are good examples of public systems that have learned from failures of privatization and have been amended to work for the people. The publicly owned and operated water service delivery clean water, safe drinking water to millions of residents every day. The system is highly regulated, publicly accountable, and has consistently achieved top inspection ratings. Despite these markers of success, Doug Ford's government has passed legislation that opens the door to corporatization and eventual privatization of our water and wastewater systems. Like other public services in recent news, this move is part of a broader political project to shift public goods and services into private hands for profit-making at the expense of quality, affordable, and public well-being. Opening a door to privatization. In November 2025, Doug Ford's government passed Bill 60, Schedule 16, an ominous bill passed less than a month after being introduced, granting the Minister of Municipal Affairs the ability to transfer municipalities' ownership and management of water and wastewater infrastructure to newly created public water and wastewater corporations. The legislation specifies that the public corporations must be profit-driven, operating under corporate law with the goal of prioritizing shareholders. Yeah, not the people who drink the water, but you got to prioritize those shareholders. Under the new Ontario law, water infrastructure would be transferred to a WPC, while existing debt undertaken to build infrastructure in the first place remains with municipal governments. In other words, the assets will be transferred while the liabilities stay public. So there's more to their statement here, but I will toss this into the SandBox so that you can finish reading that if you like. But you know, people aren't going to notice until it's too late with a lot of this, which is unfortunate. That what Doug Ford is doing to this province, what Mark Carney is doing to this country, people won't realize until it's too late. Because nobody's paying fucking attention. So now we get into the main story of provincial news that's been kind of blowing up right now. So Mike Schreiner, he's the leader of the Ontario Greens, says if you live in Toronto, there's no excuse to spend $16,000 on hotels in Toronto. We deserve a government that looks out for Ontarians, not just themselves. So what is he talking about? He's talking about this. Colin DeMello's reporting. A new cabinet minister in the Ford government's billed taxpayers thousands of dollars for hotel rooms in downtown Toronto, despite living just a few kilometers away from Queen's Park. Public money that he's now promising to pay back. His commute was about 20 minutes, but he spent $16,000 on hotel rooms. This conservative MPP. Oops, was this? Oh, I think this was a video, so I'm going to go grab some water while we watch this.
Documents show Ontario's tourism minister spent more than $16,000 in taxpayer funds on hotel rooms in Toronto. This despite the fact that Stan Cho lives just a short distance from Queen's Park.
Cho is now promising to pay that money back, but that isn't stopping criticism from pouring in. Queen's Park Bureau Chief Colin DeMello has more on this for us tonight. Colin.
Well, this is certainly a summer spending scandal here at Queen's Park. Tourism Minister Stan Cho is now promising to repay tens of thousands of dollars to Ontario taxpayers. Over the past 3 years, the minister has been charging taxpayers to stay in downtown Toronto hotel rooms, that despite the fact that he lives just 5.9 kilometers away from this building. As a senior cabinet minister in the Ford government, Stan Cho has perks, including a government-funded vehicle along with a driver. But over the past 3 years, the Toronto area MPP has been opting to stay in hotels in downtown Toronto, leaving taxpayers picking up the tab.
I mean, they're treating the taxpayer dollars like it's their own personal piggy bank and living the sweet life.
Over the course of 3 years, Ontario's Minister of Tourism billed taxpayers more than $16,000 for hotels, including more than $11,000 in a single year. But property records show Cho actually lives less than 6 kilometers away from Queen's Park, a 20-minute drive or a 7-stop commute on the subway.
You've got a cabinet minister with access to a driver who lives literally 20 minutes away from Queen's Park, expensing $16,000.
And there are doctors and nurses who pull off shifts, sometimes of like 24 hours. They get their asses back home after work. Also, keep in mind, Doug Ford got rid of work from home policies, forcing people into commutes. But this guy, he just got a hotel.
Of hotel rooms on the taxpayer dime when people can't afford to pay for the kids' summer camp. People can't afford groceries, can't afford rent.
If an MPP lives fewer than 50 kilometers away from Queen's Park, they aren't given any housing benefits, but they can still book hotel rooms.
And their housing benefits alone are like double of what somebody on ODSP gets for the month.
Under special circumstances like being impacted by a snowstorm. But Cho's bills have raised questions.
There seem to be a lot of emergencies because they are expensing tens of thousands of dollars, some of them, on fancy hotels in Toronto multiple times a year.
After Global News asked the minister about his expenses, Cho said he was willing to pay back any expenses that did not meet the spirit of the expense policy. One day later, the minister backtracked, now pledging to pay back the entire $16,000 to taxpayers.
He gets paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. He can afford it.
The spending dramatically increased in 2025. In December, for example, Minister Cho charged more than $6,000 to Ontario taxpayers to stay in those downtown Toronto hotel rooms. The Premier's office has not commented on Minister Cho's expenses or whether it found them to be justifiable. At Queen's Park, I'm Colin.
I'm just going to say it. In my opinion, the guy was having an affair. Didn't want to go home because he was having an affair. Sorry, honey, I have to stay late at work. I'm going to sleep in my office. In my opinion. But he was having an affair. And using taxpayer money to cover for it. Well, Tina Yazdani is just saying, you know what? It wasn't just him. A total of 16 Ford government MPPs have billed taxpayers a combined over $100,000 for short-term Toronto accommodation in recent years, despite representing Toronto area ridings. And this is in the trillion. So Toronto area PC MPPs have billed taxpayers over $100K for Toronto overnight stays. Several Ford government MPPs have billed taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars for short-term Toronto accommodations despite representing Toronto area ridings. MPPs who live more than 50 kilometers from Queen's Park can be reimbursed for Toronto rentals so they can conduct legislative business, and we just went over that. So a total of 16 Toronto area progressive conservative MPPs have dipped into the special circumstances allowance in recent years, to the tune of a combined of over $100,000, according to publicly available expense disclosures. Like, at least those are still publicly available, because remember, Doug Ford got rid of the Freedom of Information stuff. So, Some have used the exception once or a handful of times over the years. Others, including Ford cabinet ministers who have accessed the taxpayer-funded vehicles and drivers, have racked up thousands of dollars in short-term stays during their times as an MPP. The biggest spender is Brampton East PC MPP Hardeep Grewal, the parliamentary assistant to the transportation minister, who has billed taxpayers for $28,000 in Toronto accommodations costs since his election in 2022. His constituency office is just over 40 kilometers from Queen's Park. Shouldn't this guy also be getting a fair bit of heat then? A spokesperson for Doug Ford's office responded to questions for the Trillium sent Grewal and other Toronto area PC MPPs that were reimbursed for special accommodations in the city. Any expenses incurred that did not meet the spirit of the rules will be reimbursed to the legislator in full, Hannah Jensen wrote in the email. Jensen declined to follow up questions about who will decide which amounts are to be reimbursed and when. Associate Small Business Minister Nina Tandri, who represents Mississauga Streetsville, spent almost $19,000 on Toronto stays over the past 3 years. Her constituency office is less than 40 kilometers away from the legislator. These people are having affairs. They're having affairs. That's what I think. They're all having affairs. Or they can't stand their spouses. How are they allowed to get away with this? And keep in mind, these are ministers I've been talking about so far, which means they get so much more money than just a regular MPP. They can afford to stay in a hotel. Global News reported that Tourism, Culture and Gaming Minister Stan Cho spent $16,000. So Brampton Centre MPP Charmaine Williams, an Associate Minister of Women's and Social Economic Opportunities, billed the public purse almost $16,000 in Toronto stays over the past 3 years. Again, more ministers. They're all ministers. Well, there's more ministers in Doug Ford's cabinet than pretty much any other previous cabinet. He was just, it was a way of giving all of his MPPs some sort of like pay increase without officially having to give them a pay increase. Was just make them a minister of something, even if it's a minister of who the fuck cares. Cabinet Minister Stephen Crawford, who represents Oakville and Scarborough Centre MPP Dave Smith, each billed $6,500 in special circumstances accommodations in Toronto since the 2023 record show. Rookie PC MPPs Sylvia and Mohammed racked up over $3,000 and $2,000 respectively in special circumstances accommodations since taking office in February 2025. Yeah. Just going to scooch through this. So, NDP leader Merritt Stiles said the MPPs should pay back the costs. I think it's outrageous, Stiles says. Not only should they reimburse this, but they should also have to answer what were they staying in those hotel rooms for, why, and why did they think it was acceptable to submit those in the first place. Is this the article where she says, no, I think there's another article where she says, like, I have a sheet in my office and I've slept in my office. And you know what? Yeah. Sleep in your fucking office. I think that they deserve one kind of treatment, everyone else deserves another, Stiles said. I think there's a word missing that they don't deserve. Ford's office did not comment by press, while Cho promised to repay his expenses. Fraser says he thinks the MPPs felt entitled to the expenses. Why are they doing it? Because they can, he said, until they get caught. That seems to be a trend. Doug Ford will try to do shit, and then if the public backlash is too much, then they'll be like, my bad. Kind of like with that private jet he was spending tens of millions on. Yeah, it's do first, and if caught and people are upset, maybe step it back a bit. So Colin DeMello, throwing some Colin DeMello shade. I love it. I love it when he does this sort of thing. So this is just mostly like repeating what was in the article. But it's the last line that I really like, where he's like, I'm going to add a little bit of my commentary to say, fuck you, Doug Ford. So now as the Ford government tries to clamp down on scandal, it's looking to eliminate the policy altogether. A reminder that just one party has been taking advantage of the expense loophole. Just one party. So no NDPs, no Liberals, no Greens were making all these expenses. And some of them are within the Toronto area. So if there were big events, like snowstorms and stuff, that made it impossible for them to get home, they would also have those expenses. They don't, because it wasn't happening. All them people were having affairs, in my opinion. So now, how did this happen in the first place? Well, we have to go back to, I guess this is a current one, just talking about something that happened a while ago. Ford government pushed looser rules for MPP hotel benefit and now plans to reverse. So in the summer of 2024, as progressive conservative MPPs began charging taxpayer for hotel stays in downtown Toronto, members of the Ford government pushed quietly to update the expense rules for elected officials. Specifically, members of the government were looking to expand special circumstances category to go beyond the extreme weather events and include night sittings at the Ontario legislature. Oh, you have to stay late for work, and so now you want to get a hotel room? Try telling all that to the people that you no longer allowed to work from home. Or all those people who work 2 jobs and still can't pay rent. To the doctors and nurses who work 24 hours and still get their asses home. Specifically, members of the government were looking to expand the special... Oh, right. So elected MPPs are subject, and we got over that. So I just wanted to get down to... Where is it? Then in November 2025, let's go here. So Tourism Minister and Willdale MPP Stan Cho charged $11,000 for downtown hotel rooms. So far. Then in November 2025, Calandra and Clark raised the issue a second time at the Board of Internal Economy. moved by Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Calandra, that members who are ineligible for accommodation be reimbursed for their actual cost of accommodation during days that the Assembly is authorized to sit until midnight, the board document reads. So, Paul Calandra, Minister of Education, was pushing to say, you know what? If they have to stay to midnight, they get to have a hotel room. Paul Calandra, who has taken over school boards because he says that they aren't spending their money appropriately, who has chided them for buying a milkshake, saying that their expenses are unreasonable. Paul Calandra, who is all big tough on that sort of thing, but was making it easier for conservative MPPs to use taxpayer money to stay in hotels just because they had to work late. So Tyler Watt, who is an Liberal MPP, just saying it's 100% the way the Ford government operates until they get caught. $30 million in luxury private jet for Premier Ford. $100K in Toronto hotel expenses for the Conservative MPPs. $8 million Premier's office. Yeah, he got it renovated. $50K customization for Ford's OPP van. Rules for these, but not for me. And there was just a bit of this video that I also wanted to watch, not the beginning part because it's just rehashing, but...
We are looking for honest, ethical government that is respectful of the taxpayers. The government is trying to signal that respect for taxpayers. In a memo obtained by CTV News, the Premier's Chief of Staff talks about efforts to spend wisely, instituting a hiring freeze for the Premier's office, after parting ways with 10 staffers since March, saving over $1 million a year.
So we cut all these other jobs to help save money, but now we just have our MPPs staying in hotel rooms, most likely because they're having affairs.
And encouraging ministers' offices to look for comparable savings. Premier Ford says it's about setting an example.
We're driving efficiencies throughout the province, and I directed my chief of staff. I want to see $1 million savings, and that's a big chunk out of an office.
The Liberals call it a desperate, too-late attempt to change the channel on hotel rooms.
The Premier's office went from a budget of just under $3 million in 2018 to $8.1 million last year. And that's just the staff that's on the sunshine list.
CTV political analyst Scott Reed sees it as clumsy damage control.
None of this seems to track with the impression that the Ford government has tried to leave with Ontarians, which is that they pick up a dime on the sidewalk if they think there are savings to be had. And this couldn't look less like that.
The government is moving to close the loophole that allowed GTA MPPs to charge taxpayers for their hotel stays. And opposition leaders say they need...
Okay. So just a little bit more about Paul Calandra in particular. So Calandra publicly lambasted a school board chair over a $15 milkshake expense and demanded a strict oversight for minor items while charging taxpayers tens of thousands for hospitality parties in luxury hotel. So some of the expenses that Paul Calandra has put through. School board trustees, education advocates flagged several questionable disclosures from Calandra's public expense records. $23,000 community barbecue. Calandra billed taxpayer $23,000 for a single annual community barbecue event hosted in his riding. Was it sirloin steak you were serving on this barbecue? Like, holy fuck. What community barbecue costs $23,000? So almost $6,000 in hotel stays. Over $2,000 for a pancake breakfast. Taxpayers were billed for a strawberry festival pancake event. Fuck your fascist pancakes. And then almost $12,000 for a Santa Claus parade. But he was upset over a $15 milkshake expensed and demands strict oversight to the point he has taken over school boards and appointed people. people need to wake up. This government is just, it is just shoveling money into their own pockets from the people. And meanwhile, we go without health care. We go without affordable housing. Our infrastructure is falling apart. We don't have the services we used to have. All of it is being taken away. And meanwhile, they're living like they are rich, but they're living in luxury on the taxpayer dime. Like, if you're not really pissed off and angry, you're not paying attention. So more from Tina Yazdani, just saying, new Premier Ford says Stan Cho did the right thing. So he's resigning from cabinet after spending $16K on the dollars. So he's resigning from cabinet, not his actual seat. He's just not going to be a minister anymore. So he's getting a wee bit of a pay cut. 11 other Toronto area cabinet ministers took advantage of the special circumstances expense, but Ford won't say if they should also resign. Probably they should.
Well, as I said yesterday and the day before, it's unacceptable. It's not how we operate. We have to be prudent fiscal managers. Stan did the right thing, and he handed in his resignation as cabinet, and it's just unacceptable. And they're paying back every single penny of it.
But what about the others?
Again, I've made it very clear to our entire caucus, it's unacceptable, and we just aren't going to tolerate it.
So they should all resign, right? Right? And so here's Doug Ford tweeting that out earlier today. I accepted the resignation of Stan Cho from cabinet effective immediately. He has acknowledged and taken responsibility for his mistake. $16,000 mistake that was accumulated over multiple stays at a hotel on taxpayer dime, even though he could have fucking drove home. He had a fucking driver too. It's not like he had to drive home. He had a driver. He will continue to serve the people of Willdale as their member of parliament, so he still gets a nice big fat paycheck. He's just not a minister, so he has a wee bit of a pay cut. I also want to acknowledge Neil Ludsman's announcement that he will be retiring from cabinet and provincial legislator effective August 4th. Neil has been dedicated, who fuck cares. So as T-Dot points out, Doug Ford, Toronto area MPP, spending Toronto hotels. Why is it only Stan Cho who has consequences here? And just pointing out some of the others. Yeah. If Stan Cho is resigning from cabinet, everyone else who did this should also be resigning from cabinet. Okay, so that's the end of the provincial docket. Let me know if you want the PSA that I have. I came across it just given the weather conditions and things of that sort. I thought I'd share it with you guys if you're interested. So put a 1 if you would like to learn how to remove a tick. Put a 2 if you'd really rather not. It's not long and it's on a spreadsheet and there's no grotesque pictures. But I came across it and I just know, especially with all the heat and the climate change, it's becoming more problematic up here. And so if you want to know how to remove a tick, put a 1 in the SandBox. If you don't really care, put a 2. And then we'll be moving on to the forest fire docket, which is super long. But seeing Twitter, I guess England is still in FIFA. I saw the little flag there. I made a maple leaf for a friend. Special request. It's England. See, I can do commissions. This was for a friend, so it's a gift, but yeah. And then, of course, I have this. So I got a couple 1s, 1, 2. I need some more. I'll start reading over some things in the SandBox, and then by the time I'm down, whatever the vote is, we'll go with. Okay, and there's not too many chats in between, so this won't take long. Okay, saw that, saw that. Looney Tunes, fuck Doug Ford. Hello, reference frame. Don't forget to like and share and subscribe, folks. Yes, please do. I actually got over a little bit of a hump with subscribers to my channel, I think thanks to my Plattner video, because I have been toggling between 8.14 and 8.13 for ages, toggling back and forth, back and forth. It's like there was one person out there just really liking to switch back and forth. But then it dipped down to 8.12 after the video that did fairly well about TYT's rape apologia. But now it's up to 8.15, at least for today. Who knows what it'll be tomorrow. So at least I got some subscribers from the Plattner video, which is good. A whole bunch of comments, and there's just one that's just like, you guys, you're still missing the fucking point. And I was defending Emma on her Nazi symbolization, like she doesn't care if they're a secret Nazi so long as they go out there and do anti-fascist stuff. And yeah, I fall into that category. It's like, I don't care what's in a person's heart. I care about what they do. And Sam Cedar had made that analogy years ago, and that's probably why Emma made it. But, you know, if you have like a Hitler closet that you worship every night, but then you go out there and advocate anti-fascist policies, I don't give a fuck. I care about what, like, especially what a politician does. I don't really care about what's in their heart. And then some people are like trying to push back on that. Oh, well, if they're a secret Nazi, then that's going to influence the way that they vote and blah, blah, blah. Well, then they're actually doing it. Then they would be going for pro-fascist stuff, and then that's an issue. Like, that's the thing. Like, I put the if there, you know, if they're a secret Nazi, but they do all this anti-fascist stuff, like, if they're a secret Nazi, and if they're constantly doing anti-fascist stuff, they're voting the right way on stuff, I don't care. But then they're like, oh no, but it could trickle through because they're Nazis and stuff. Well, then they wouldn't be doing the second part of that if statement, would they? So then they would no longer be in that category, and then you would care if they're a secret Nazi. It's not a blanket statement that all secret Nazis are okay. And it's just, even that phrase alone is an exaggeration. It's like a bombastic term to make a point. Because chances are, if somebody is a secret Nazi, they are going to be trying to push forward fascist agenda, in which case, yeah, we'd care. We would care if they're trying to do that. But so many people, it's like, I think it matters what they are in their heart. And it's like, I don't give a fuck. Mark Carney, people voted him in based on what they thought was in his heart. He might be a nice father and all that sort of stuff, but fuck, he is ruining this country. So I don't care. I don't care. I care about how they vote. I don't care about what's in their heart. I feel like I almost need to make a response video to the comments. I didn't really read the comments, though. I skimmed over some of them. But when they get... There was a lot of comments under both that and the rape apology video. And when there's so many, I don't tend to read them. I just kind of skim through them, see if there's any names that I recognize from the SandBox. Let's see. Okay. So I have 3 1s and 1 2. Reference frame already knows how to remove a tick. Well. Kibawazi says, for what it's worth, I appreciate the video. Why, thank you. What about pedos? Well, then they're doing things soul life. Like, that's the thing. Their actions then are very problematic. You know? It is, you know, if they're acting on these secret tendencies, then that's the issue. Let's see. But welcome to the SandBox. Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of ones. We'll do it. It's not long, like I said. Here we go. Oops. Gotta be in this screen for that. Make it bigger. So how to remove a tick. Let's make that nice and center. So removing a tick is the same for humans and animals. It's important you do not crush or damage the tick because it could cause Lyme bacteria to pass from the tick into your bloodstream. Now, the reason why this kind of popped up on my radar is there's this other bacteria that people can get infected with, and it's gall syndrome or something like that. And basically it means afterwards you're allergic to animal protein. So you can't eat meat or dairy. I don't want that. I don't want that. So I'm going to be careful. So anyway, so step 1, use a fine tip tweezers and grasp the tick as close to your skin as possible. Do not use a lit match or cigarette, nail polish or nail polish remover, petroleum jelly, for example, Vaseline, liquid soap, or kerosene to remove the tick. 2, pull the tick straight out gently but firmly. Do not jerk or twist the tweezers while pulling the tick out. Do not squeeze the tick. You might crush it. So 3, once you have removed the tick, wash your skin with soap and water, then disinfect your skin and your hands with rubbing alcohol and iodine swab, or an iodine swab. 4, before disposing the tick, call or check a website in your local public healthcare unit to get advice on how to identify the tick. You can also submit a photo of the tick to etick.ca for identification. So that's it. Pretty straightforward. Okay. On to the wildfire docket. This one's huge. It's a big docket. Lots to go over. Let's see. Rusty, I think Emma should still apologize. Not sure if she still has. I've made my comments about the apology. She has apologized, but I don't think she was apologizing for why people were upset with her. But I don't, the analogy, nobody cared when Sam Cedar made that analogy. But now suddenly they care when Emma does it. And I put the videos in my video to show this is what Emma said, this is what Sam said. Like, nobody cared when Sam did that analogy. And it's just one of those things, like, if people find themselves angrier at Emma than they are of all the men who were just as guilty as she was for promoting Plattner, then check your internalized misogyny. Like, if anything, I think Kyle Kalinske, he was far more rude about the whole situation and stuff too when he was talking about it. Like, basically telling people, like, you can suck his dick from behind and all that sort of stuff. Like, he was rude. Looney Tunes, she has apologized, never should have received all that dog pile on her. Yeah, I don't think she should have been attacked either, the way that she was. But there should be a conversation on the majority report about the nuance of it. And Sam and Matt Leck need to be there for that conversation. The Wild West, Sam is Jewish, though. But it wasn't about, like, that's the thing. It wasn't about whose religion. It was about, what does a person do? What do they put out in the world? If a politician only ever advocates for and votes for anti-fascist policies, then does it matter? But again, this is an extreme scenario. I don't think there is a secret Nazi out there that would be advocating for, anti-fascist policies all the time and voting that way. Because at that point, they probably wouldn't be a Nazi. So, like, it's an extreme example that probably doesn't even exist. Let's see. Rusty, Sam said he did not care about Nazis. No, Rusty, go watch the video that I made about Graham Plattner. There's 2 clips, one from Emma, one from Sam, and you'll get the gist of it then. He referred to a Hitler closet. He said that he would much prefer the person who goes home, has the Hitler closet, worships them every day, but then comes out and advocates for anti-fascist policies over the person who is pure of heart, but comes out here and tries to both sides it and say, well, you know, Hitler had some good points. The trains ran on time and everything. So I reached the TMR episode after Plattner's new accusation. It was worse than I remembered. Yeah. The Wild West, I used to hang out with some goths and punks who were very nice to me, but then they whipped out the Nazi flag. That would not be good. Mm-hmm. Rusty, it wasn't bad framing. And nobody cared when he did it. And it's just an exaggeration to paint a picture. I seriously doubt that there is a secret Nazi anywhere out there who is not trying to enforce their policies. And the instant that they try to advocate for fascist ideology and stuff like that, then they no longer fall into that category. So, let's see. So we're going to get into the wildfires now. And so we'll start with APTN News because this had a disproportionate effect on First Nations. Because as I was saying at the beginning of the live stream, First Nations some of them are in extremely remote areas. And so Namagusagangun, also known as Collins, was so remote that they didn't even have a road. They had to they had to jump in boats to escape the fire. And that entire community is gone now. So a lot of these wildfires, they're in extremely remote areas. And so it's hard to even just get the firefighters there and the infrastructure there needed to fight these fires. And so if you're in a First Nations area that's near one of these fires, you're pretty much on your own when this happens, especially if it happens fast. Okay, I'm not going to get distracted by the Plattner shit. Not right now, anyway. So this is from APTN News. So Nagusgangun, I've heard people say it, I'm trying my best. Basically, this part is not pronounced. Collins. First Nation in Northern Ontario surrounded by wildfires as member flees in boats.
Stories of dramatic escapes, along with videos and pictures of the flames and towering smoke columns over what was once the community of Collins, are flooding social media. One resident tells APTN National News that he barely had time to run home and pack a bag and get to the beach where the boats were waiting to take everyone away from the flames, adding they had mere minutes to escape before the flames consumed the town.
Absolutely horrific. And they were saying that the water was choppy, and so they had to have these boats in the water, and they were actually afraid that some of these boats would get overturned in the water.
At the annual general meeting of the Assembly of First Nations, National Chief Cindy Woodhouse-Nepanak addressed the situation.
Unfortunately, one of our communities completely burnt down from fire, and it was very disheartening. So my heart goes out to Chief Helen Pavola, who I had the honor of seeing late last night, and she's now going home to see the evacuees coming from her community into Thunder Bay. And so our thoughts go out to the Negus-Sigagem First Nation.
That's how you say it. Negus-Sigagem First Nation. We did it! Negus-Sigagem First Nation.
We honor them and please lift them up in prayer as their entire community has been devastated.
Ontario Provincial Police say evacuation orders have been issued for Collins, Armstrong, Cushing Lake, Lac du Mille and surrounding.
Okay. And so this was when it first started. So there's a whole, we have to go through a process because this unfolded over the past week and it's been very extreme. So they were under mandatory evacuation notices. A number of First Nations, several outside being watched, including Rainy River District, Gull Bay First Nation. And then that's a fire map. I'll probably show the fire map that I have on a different tab later. Right now I'm in a bubble of clean air, but that's going to go away by tomorrow. So according to OPP, a number of highway closures, of course, would happen with that. So we'll just move along to some footage of some of the fires. So Bill here is just saying, I guess the Protect Ontario thing was more of an advertising concept than actually protecting anything. Hundreds of millions to add agencies and not to upgrade fire crews and equipment. We're being led by mindless self-serving oath. Yes, for the amount of ads that Doug Ford was spending on, he could have doubled the budget for firefighting. And so, let's see, is there any... This is now 3.2 kilometers from a new forest fire, northwest Ontario, where the fires continue. Never enough fire crews. Be sure to let Doug Ford have his Billy Bishop Airport expand luxury jets, some Northern Ontario shield. You have Doug Ford. I tried to get a picture of it here on, I think like Wednesday, because it looked like outside was in a sepia filter. Like it looks apocalyptic. Like you look outside and everything was in like an orangey yellow glow. And then they say, don't do any activities outside. And I just remember seeing a bird fly through that. And it's like, what's happening to the wildlife right now that is inhaling all of this without any idea of what's happening? Like they're not changing their patterns. They're not singing less. Like I saw a blue jay and the white part of the blue jay wasn't exactly white. And so I'm just horrified that there's all these animals that are just going about their regular business, inhaling all this toxic smoke. So this person just saying, all jokes aside about this guy in Toronto right now, this is why. This is what it looks like in Northern Ontario because of the 158 active forest fires right now. But yes, let's keep using AI, keep hiking up the global temperature to make stupid ass videos and pictures because the consequences won't happen anytime soon and can't possibly affect you, right? And again, they had to flee in boats. That is horrifying. It's like a meteor hit or something. To see like the orange glow between the smoke. And so here we have in there some more footage. The sky above Toronto today is already grayish yellow. And while this is happening, the government of Canada is quite literally shedding its already inadequate climate commitments and going on all in with billions for new fossil fuels infrastructure. And we'll get to that in a little bit. This is from Weather Monitor. An apocalyptic scene unfolded on Highway 11 in northwestern Ontario, Canada this evening. The sky turned deep red and nearly black. Oh, can't play that with volume because there's music. And so this is the video of Magusanaga Collins shared after the fire had ravaged it. So Brett Foster saying video shared by Collins First Nation shows extensive damage after a wildfire tore through the community this week. The video were shown at the Assembly of First Nations yesterday as chiefs adopted a resolution urging the feds and province to step up with more support. So here you can see all the houses and buildings burned down. Their entire community was just wiped out. Everything just turned to ash. All their belongings, their pictures, you know, things from their childhood, family, things that can't be replaced. Because when you flee, and you have to flee in that boat, you don't have time to bring your most precious items. And so here we have more from APTN. Northern Ontario wildfires destroy homes in First Nation, prompt large evacuations. So forest fires in northwestern Ontario have devastated several communities, forcing widespread evacuations, destroying homes and buildings in one First Nation as harrowing wildfires videos show images emerge on social media. The fires have prompted evacuation orders for several communities. Let's see. She said members were forced to flee without the support of emergency services, but all have been accounted for based on information available as of Wednesday morning. So far, no deaths. In these moments of crisis, we need to come together and support each other. So Collins First Nation Chief Helen Pavola said that some people fled on boats as trees next to their homes caught fire. The community has declared a state of emergency, and it's seeking support from both provincial and federal governments. Our primary focus is to take care of our community members, as many of our people ran out of their houses with only the clothes on their back. The community is located 210 kilometers north of Thunder Bay, and it is not accessible by road. The town of Armstrong, west of Collins First Nation, a CN rail crew, had to be evacuated after their train was surrounded by fire. A video from this inside a locomotive is shared widely on various social medias where the train had stopped. And Salma Makwa, an NDP MPP, had tweeted this out. And again, this is just, it is haunting, this video. It is like, it's come out of a disaster movie.
This could potentially overtake us here. This is getting a little scary.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Basically, they're in an oven right now.
Okay, yeah, this is...
Okay, y'all need to hurry up here. Like, seriously, we're encased in flames now.
You guys gotta go backwards. Go.
Hello, Jody, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you there. I'm telling them you were notching up.
Yeah, this has got to move fucking quick here.
And so basically they're on a side track because there's an oncoming train and they share majority same track. So they can't move anywhere right now.
Holy crap. Oh, that's alright. This kind of burnt off, so we'll be okay now.
Yeah, it went across. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, look over there.
In a situation like that, do not touch anything that has an outside wall, especially the metal and stuff. And they're just super lucky the glass didn't shatter, because then that would allow all that heat to come in.
You guys got a light now or what? Did you guys get that light?
And then you can see the train coming, the oncoming train.
Oh yeah, they're clipping. Whew! That's a meat and a half, eh?
Just seeing the way that that train came out of the smoke like that. Again, like this is like horror movie apocalyptic stuff. Like movie companies would pay tens of thousands to do this type of shot.
Oh yeah, they're clipping. Whew! That's a meat and a half, eh?
I'm just glad that the CN workers are safe after this traumatizing experience they had, he said in an interview in Thunder Bay. And so that's Salma Makwa saying that. So everyone you saw there was safe. They made it out okay. I think the video really highlights the reality that people are facing on the ground. For many people, this feels far away, but in It's Northern Ontario, Northwestern Ontario, and it's all too real. CN Rail said in a statement Wednesday that the train crew was safely evacuated from the area. So I'm just going to move on. So a statement from Avi Lewis, quote tweeting this person who says a small First Nations community in Ontario was burnt to the ground by a raging wildfire on Monday is being deprived of the help it needs because the federal government doesn't recognize it as First Nations, the community lawyer says. So this gets to the federal government and the provincial government starting to argue over who has to flip the bill for it. And when they argue over that, the people suffer. And so Avi Lewis was quote tweeting that, saying outrageous and unacceptable. The Magusanagan First Nation wasn't warned of the blaze that burned their community to the ground and were not given supports to evacuate. The federal government must recognize Collins' status, reimburse them for their services they should have provided, and give them resources they need to recover from this disaster. Absolutely. Like, there should be no ifs, ands, or buts about it. These people need to be supported. They have lost everything. Absolutely everything. They can't even go back home. Like, there's no community. Like, they would have to rebuild their entire community from scratch. So fire-ravaged First Nations community accused Ottawa of denying its federal aid. And so this is more about what Avi was just saying. A small First Nation community in Ontario was burned to the ground by a raging wildfire on Monday. And its chief said she didn't hear anything from Indigenous Service Minister Mandy Gall-Masty for nearly a week after the fire broke out. Not uncommon. In BC, the same thing happened when Lytton burnt down. And it took, or there were some other Indigenous communities there, First Nation communities that were hit. And they had to look out for each other's because the government took a week before they even said, oh, hey, are you guys okay? So residents of Collins First Nation, so that's the First Nation I can't pronounce, community without road access more than 200 kilometers north of Thunder Bay was forced to evacuate. Video showed community members filling in small boats. So Anishinaabeg Nation Grand Chief Council told the Canadian press that community members made a narrow escape. She said she took care of each other and provincial and federal agencies failed to warn them of the blaze and provide evacuation support. The council, body of 39 First Nations, recognizes Collins, also known as Magusanagan, as First Nations community and is supporting its members by providing hotel stays and essentials like food and clothing. So right now it's just the AFN that's helping them out, not the government on provincial or federal level. We don't know if we're going to be reimbursed, but that doesn't matter, the chief said. Our concern is supporting this community when the federal and provincial government have failed them. Several other First Nations in the province, including Mississauga's Scugog Island First Nation, are also raising funds for the community at their powwow this weekend. Collins First Nation Chief Helen Pavola told the Canadian press she heard from Gall-Masty for the first time since the fire broke out on Friday afternoon. Well, I'm not sparing anybody at the point because I'm angry now, and every day that goes by I become angrier because I'm hurting. My people are hurting and we have nowhere to go, she said. We don't belong here. We belong back home in the bush. She says she's thankful for her support from community has received from Anishinaabeg Nation and other communities who have donated with government when the government didn't step in. That's unbelievable, but that's the Anishinaabe way, she said. Megan Danielle, a lawyer for represents Collins First Nation, wrote a letter to Gall-Masty on Thursday calling on her department to provide community with emergency recovery reconstruction supports available to recognized communities under the Indian Act. While residents of Collins are recognized as First Nations people under Indian Act, the community itself is not. Its leaders have pressed Ottawa for official recognition for decades. Of course. Of course. Of course, Ottawa would be like, yeah, no, we don't want to, even though everyone on this in this area is First Nations, we don't want to recognize them because then that means that we might have to spend money on them. It's pretty much what it is. To be clear, if Collins is denied access to emergency and rebuilding supports available to recognize First Nations, it will not simply suffer slow recovery. It may lose forever the opportunity to rebuild the community its members spent decades creating, Daniels wrote in the letter. In those circumstances, the question is not merely whether recovery will be delayed, it's whether Collins will have a future in the place it has called home since time immemorial. In an emailed statement, Indigenous Services Canada spokesperson Eric Head said the federal government will provide aid to address the community's immediate needs. He says work is underway with federal and provincial partners to identify those needs and coordinate with community members. So more to this, but I'll toss this into the SandBox so that you can finish reading up on it if you like. It's a long article, so. Well, what was Mark Carney doing when all of this started? We build one strong Canadian economy. Talking about, quote, tweeting out, over the past year, the government of Canada took unprecedented action to eliminate barriers to international trade. These efforts have earned the federal government an A+ grade from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. We are committed to maintaining this momentum, working with provinces, blah, 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 blah. It's all about the oil, baby. And so, yeah, we build one strong Canadian economy, which means bullshit when your entire community burns down. But here's another map that Mark Carney should maybe have been focusing on during this, instead of tweeting this out. Here's another map he could have been like, ooh, this is bad. Is this map here? The country is currently on fire, Mark, says Emily. That's a map he could have tweeted out and said, huh, we're looking into that. Oh, I did want to show it actually. Okay, just 1 second. Need to get it from here. There we go. I'll just pop it in here. So I did want to show this. So this is the fire map. Showing all the active fires. This is the Northwest Territories, the Yukon. And if we go up here, you see this line right here? This line. It's the Arctic Circle. There are areas right by the Arctic Circle that are on fire. Now, the fire up here isn't necessarily in the forest because there is no forest up there because there's supposed to be permafrost. That's tundra area. Up there. Some forest, yes. But the permafrost is fucking on fire. And I think back to, something that Mark Allen Derry was saying, Dr. Mark Allen Derry, when he was on my show about how in the ice, in the permafrost, there are potential viruses that have been locked down there for thousands upon thousands of years, that if they were to be unleashed and hit the population, there is no immunity to them. This is destroying the air, it's destroying, all of these things, but yeah. All the fires. And as you can see, like this big cluster here, there's not that much in the way of communities there. Like there's no infrastructure to fight them. And so basically they just burn out. And let's see how my area is doing. So these are the forest fires up here that were affecting the communities that I was just talking about. And of course the United States is getting all mad at us like, oh, keep your stinky air. Because yeah, climate change really cares what fucking border you're on. Oops. And I'll toss this into the SandBox in case anybody else wants this. But yeah, I have to close my windows again before I go to bed because this really bad air is coming back into my area. And we're supposed to be getting some gloriously cool temperatures too. But yeah, this is just... This smoke is covering the entire fucking continent almost. And these fires up here, they won't be touched because there's nobody up there to fight them. So more from Avi Lewis. He's quote tweeting Mark Carney because, again, Mark Carney, this is July 15th. So when all of this was happening, the evacuations and stuff, what is he doing? He's tweeting out about his MOU with Alberta. The world wants to do more with Canada. Our MOU with Alberta unlock those opportunities in energy and create lasting benefits for Canadians. Yes, promoting the fucking oil pipelines when half the country is goddamn on fire. We don't actually need to watch the video. Avi Lewis is just saying, incredibly brazen for the Prime Minister to boast about the lasting benefits of expanding fossil fuel production on a day like today. Record-breaking heat waves, toxic smoke engulfing cities and towns, out-of-control wildfires forcing entire communities to evacuate. This government is spending billions of dollars in public money to expand the very industry that's causing climate breakdown. At a moment when renewables are cheaper and more available than ever before. No more climate-wrecking corporate welfare. We need a government that protects the people and places we love. I do believe Avi has said that if he were to get into power, there would be no more pipelines. End of story. There should not be any more fucking pipelines approved. Hard stop on it. We can't afford any more. This environment can't afford anymore. I just watched Project Hail Mary, and it's like, yeah. But that climate disaster, it's not being caused by some space anomaly. It's being caused by us, and it's just going in the other direction. We need to have governments in place that will force through ecological change. Because the thing is like, if you say no more oil pipelines, Alberta will have a hissy fit because they have oil in their culture, much like the gun culture down in the United States. It's part of their identity. And so you're going to have so many people have fucking temper tantrums over the fact that, you know, they're losing an aspect of their life. The world is dying. Okay? You need to make some changes. Now, this does mean that some people will lose jobs, which is why we need proper social safety nets in place to make sure that, you know, people have buffers, you know, ways to support themselves while they're looking for a new job or being retrained. But, you know, some people's way of life will have to go. Your fancy cars that you want, the luxury private jets, you know, your oil industry, all of that will have to go if we want this planet to survive. And so we need governments in there that are bold enough, strong enough to force this through. It's the only way. To just do a hard shutdown of the oil industry and start up with like solar powers and wind farms. And not care what the fucking corporations say. But more from Mark Carney. Oh, so he finally said something. And so I did look at the time. So he tweeted this out on July 15th, and he tweeted this other one out on July 15th before he tweeted this out on July 15th. He says the wildfire situation has escalated significantly over the last 3 weeks across the country, and particularly in northwestern Ontario. Thousands of people have been forced to evacuate their communities, not knowing if their homes will survive. On behalf of Canadians, I want to thank the brave firefighters, first responders, Indigenous and local leaders who are working tirelessly to keep people safe. Our government is in close contact with provincial, municipal, and Indigenous partners and stands ready to provide additional support as needed. Really? Except you won't want to recognize that one community is First Nation so that they don't get the supports that they need. Where is the supports? You know what? I've been covering this. I haven't heard about like emergency debit cards handed out to people who are being forced to stay in hotel rooms, who have to buy all their food because they were forced out of their homes and evacuated. I haven't heard about those. Anything? Anything? Any supplies to the people of Collins who have no home to go back to? Do they get like a debit card or something loaded up with some money so that they can afford to stay somewhere and eat? How exactly are you supplying support, Mark Carney? Oh, right. By saying that we no longer need to, care about climate change. I covered this when it happened, and oh boy, I was upset. Because Carney says Trudeau-era climate plan was too expensive and divisive. Try telling that to the people of Collins. Try telling that to all the people who have been locked in their sweltering apartments because they can't go outside because the air is too fucking toxic. Prime Minister lays out benefits of his plan to boost oil and gas exports, double electricity grid. This was just 2 weeks before all of this. I'll toss this into the SandBox if you want to read up and just have a reminder of this. But I did cover this at the time. But this wasn't the first time Carney has attacked the environment. No. You see, I'm starting to make a list and include things like this. So this was from last year. Cuts at Natural Resource Canada decimate wildfire and flooding tracking capacity, unions warn. Remember how the First Nation said they didn't get any warning? They had to flee at a moment's notice because they saw the fucking fire coming up their front porch. They didn't get any warning. Well, cuts at Natural Resources Canada decimate wildfire and flood tracking capacity, unions warn. So Prime Minister Carney's cuts to public services hit Natural Resource Canada this week, threatening the department's ability to track wildfire, floods, and other geohazards, union leadership warns. The federal government's decision to cut critical research programs, scientific positions at Natural Resource Canada poses serious and avoidable risks to safety and security across the country, Sean O'Reilly, president of Professional Institute of Public Service of Canada, said in a press release. Approximately 200 of these workers, members, and more than 200 Public Service Alliance of Canada members at Natural Resource Canada received workforce adjustment notices on Thursday. In an email statement, Canada's National Observer, Natural Resource Canada said there are no immediate layoffs, nor are there any increased security or safety risks to the environment or Canadians because of the cuts. No. Everything is still going to run the exact same, even though we're cutting. The department and its approximately 5,400 employees will continue to work to fulfill our mandate of improving the quality of life of Canadians by ensuring the country's abundant natural resources are developed sustainably. Yeah. No, we're going to tear it all down and put through that oil pipeline, but sustainably. Competitive and inclusively, it read. The cuts are part of Carney's order for most federal departments to cut spending by 15% over 3 years. The new layoffs will further diminish the government's ability to monitor and respond to climate change. PSAC, the Union of Canada Transport Employees and Union of Health and Environment Workers, warned in a joint release. The union argued the move contradicts Carney's claims the federal government remains committed to climate action. Well, now he just outright says, no, they're not. Anyway, again, I will toss this into the SandBox. So people can read up on that if you like. So Rachel Gilmore is quote tweeting this. So Carney defends his climate strategy in light of announcing a new pipeline while much of Canada burns.
Much of central Canada is dealing with wildfires and smoke pollution, as we feel very much here in London. This is just days after you announced plans for a new oil pipeline. What do you say to Canadians who believe these current climate conditions are a sign we should lean into our climate targets rather than drop some of them?
Well, first off, I absolutely agree. And it's not leaning, I'll use your phrase, leaning in, but the way the government views leaning in is actually putting the investment in the ground that's going to achieve those climate targets. We relied too much.
No, you see, if we do these oil pipelines, then we'll have the money to invest in cleaning up the environment after we've destroyed it some more. You see, this is like 3D chess here. We need these oil pipelines to have the money to help the environment in the future. Yep, that's it. That's why we need these.
Much on targets, laws, that weren't driving the actual investment that's necessary to reduce emissions. So we've shifted our focus to get that investment driven. Core to that is the electricity strategy, which we're currently consulting on, doubling the scale of our grid over the course of the next couple of decades, a grid that's almost 85% clean power. The intention is to maintain that, do that in a way, and everybody in this room would be living through the challenges in affordability in various ways. So we need to do it in a way that is also preserves affordability for Canadians. We have amongst the lowest electricity costs in the world. We want to keep those. And so a climate strategy that looks to affordability in the short term and builds those emission reductions with major investments. And what you see is the investments or the major projects that we're helping to catalyze are low carbon. So that new oil pipeline as a precondition of that new oil pipeline is.
It's a low carbon oil pipeline. Got it. Okay. Oh, for a minute there, I was worried. Clean coal, low carbon oil pipeline. Got it.
Is the Pathways Project, okay, which is the equivalent of removing 90% of the vehicles on Alberta roads. As another precondition is a 75% reduction in methane in Alberta. As another precondition is a carbon market that actually works, just isn't a carbon.
Anyway, Rachel Gilmore was tweeting this out saying, this is such a steaming pile of bullshit. If this shift will drive more emissions reduction, spoiler, it won't, then why would we have to admit we won't meet emission reduction targets? In carbon capture is a snake oil. You're giving them a tax credit for fracking more oil with the captured carbon. Oh my God. Yeah, she's been freaking out lately. I've been freaking out lately. You know, they're going to kill off the orca whales too, off the coast of BC. Like, it's just all for oil. But like I said, this is a federal and provincial issue. So what was Doug Ford up to? Today is Tim Hortons camp day. Stop to pick up a coffee cup and donut and help young people across Canada gain meaningful skills and lifelong friendship.
Attend camp at Burns Camp Day.
It's camp
Today,
day.
100%.
Oh, that is an ugly portrait he has in the background. Oh, I think it's supposed to be Rob Ford. Still an ugly portrait. Because I'm like, why does he have a portrait of himself? But the hair is a little bit too blonde, so I think it's supposed to be Rob Ford. It's still an ugly portrait.
Of all hot and iced coffee sales, support Tim Hortons Foundation camps.
Okay, I heard enough of that. And so this person is just saying, my kid is currently in camp near Barrie, Ontario after the sweltering heat, which shut down most activities. He is now enjoying being forced indoors to avoid smoke inhalation. Doug Ford canceled all green energy projects as soon as he was elected premier. It cost us millions. Yes, it did. The Liberals had started it, and in order to break the contract to cancel it, they had to pay millions. They paid millions for nothing, just to get nothing. And if you go through my Doug Ford videos that I made during the last election, you'll see that I have information about that there. But yeah, he spent millions of dollars to cancel green energy projects when he first got into power. Who knows? Who knows? If we had gone green 10 years ago, who knows where we'd be right now? Housing would probably be more affordable because energy prices would be down because, you know, renewables. Well, he finally said it, you know, he's like, okay, after Tim Horton Coffee Day, Ontario is sparing no expense to protect the people and communities impacted by the northern forest fires. I want to thank personnel from here in Ontario and across Canada who are working tirelessly to keep us safe.
Crews and nearly 50 water bombers and helicopters hard at work across the impacted areas,
with more resources being deployed where needed. Our government will not spare a penny to keep people safe. Last year, we added 100 new firefighting personnel, and this year we've added nearly 70 more. We've nearly doubled
Thing is that they were already drastically underfunded, and then he did more cuts. So, it doesn't matter if you add a handful after you've taken away buckets and buckets and buckets of need.
Funding for forest firefighting since 2018, and we're investing another $650 million to add 6 new water bombers and 5 helicopters to the provincial firefighting fleet. We're also welcoming additional personnel and resources from across Canada and North America.
Anyway, and so this person is just pointing out, you cut wildfire budgets by 52% between 2019 and 2025. Literally took away $223 million that would have been used to prevent and or fight these current wildfires. Fuck off with the no expenses. This is your fault too. Some bum-ass premier we have. And so, as people have been pointing out, he's cut the spending, even though every year he's gone overspending. And he says, see, we spare no expense. We'll pay more than our budget if it's needed. But what it does is cut back on the readiness. And so every time it happens, it's a last minute emergency expenditure, as opposed to you already have the people in place to take care of it. You already have the systems in place. You already have the firefighters ready, the bombers ready, all that sort of stuff. Well, none of that is ready because they didn't have the money to keep that all ready ahead of time. They didn't pay, pilots for the season until they had to. And then when they had to find them to pay them. And so this is from Ontario Associations of Fire Chiefs. Ontario budget just $150 million for wildfires, despite burning through almost double last year. So firefighter Noah Freeman spent summer 2025 working through warm seasons in Ontario wilderness. He described it as modestly busy, with nearly 600,000 hectares burned, an area about the size of 9 Torontos. While there are many variable firefighters need to prepare, there's a predictable element that Friedman says consistently fails to be anticipated: funding. For at least the past 10 years, the province has under-budgeted for firefighting, sometimes spending twice what it had planned. In 2025's budget, Ontario allotted $135 million for its firefighting to keep, and which Freeman describes as money that keeps the light on. The province ended up spending double. The province did not respond to requests about this, so not allotting adequate funds translates to real impacts on the front line, said Freeman, who is also vice president of Ontario Public Service Employee Union Local 703. He said last season was riddled with logistic problems due to lack of available funding, not having crews and helicopters where they were needed, and scrambling to request as more wildfire conditions worsened. None of that is because of our leadership in our agency. It's really a result of just not getting anywhere near the funding that we need to truly be decision makers, Freeman said. Freeman said the lack of upfront funding doesn't allow us to do things preemptively. A crew might have one helicopter to serve a large area, and as soon as you get more fires, like more than one at a time, you can't do anything about it, he says. We can think all we want and we can plan all we want, but we have to wait for additional funding when it inevitably runs out very quickly. When things start happening, we delay resource acquisition, Friedman says. Meanwhile, climate change, caused largely by burning of fossil fuels, continues to create hot, dry conditions that make wildfires more intense and frequent. As of June 1st, Ontario already has more than a dozen active wildfires, including a new one burning out of control south of Timmins that has already grown 350 acres. So with all the hectares burned, you end up in a situation like where we're like, well, we can't go get that fire. And you're like, but why? Well, because we don't have a helicopter, he said. Last year, fires prompted temporary evacuations of thousands of residents. So it leads to poor air quality and stuff. So, yeah. So Liberal MVP Ted Hughes described the funding discrepancy as a long-standing problem with the government's budgets. They routinely under-budget and would be far more transparent and effective if they realistically budgeted for the cost of wildland fires, as the cost to fight them continues to grow, he said. especially as the Ford government takes on ambitious and expensive projects. Notably in Toronto, Freeman says there should be space to enable fire crews in Ontario to be more prepared for wildfire season. If we took, let's say, $3 billion and didn't put it into a brand new convention center, that's 12 years of funding to a $250 million fire service, he said, which is still less than what we spend every year. Yes, Doug Ford putting $3 billion into a new fancy convention center. And that's going to change people's lives. How? But putting $250 million into fire services, that can save lives, livelihoods, and homes. Priorities. So Colin DeMello was just giving some updates. So Premier Doug Ford holding a news conference on wildfires, 191 active wildland fires, 81 considered out of control, 11 are under control. 10 communities have been evacuated, 4 additional communities under warning. And then, again, I love Colin DeMello shade. Premier Doug Ford is now using a wildfire update news conference to bash his political opponents. And by Colin DeMello shade, he's just calling it. He's just saying, like, this is happening. He's not doing the whole, well, somebody says it's raining outside and someone says it's sunny, so I'll just have to take both sides. No, Colin DeMello is like, I'm looking out the fucking window. And so he's stating it. It's like, yeah, no, this is what he's doing. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it or both sides it. So Ford is accusing other political parties of politicizing the money his government spends fighting fires. He calls it inaccurate and untruthful. This is the first forest fire update the Ford government has held. So after that community burned down. And thousands have had to flee. So here he is, bitching about the United States.
Have any U.S. states sent assistance, and if so, what?
So somebody was asking if the states have sent us assistance. And really all the states have done so far is bitch about the smoke and say we need to get it under control and we need to tariff the smoke.
No, Governor Healy from Massachusetts called me, offered any assistance. I said, yes, we'll take whatever you can get. She couldn't provide the water bombers, but even fire personnel. So we're waiting to hear back. And I talked to Governor Walz, and they have their hands full. The fire, I think it's the second largest, if not the largest now, jumped from Minnesota over to Ontario. But isn't it, I find it a shame, the administration in the U.S. and Congress people writing these letters and blaming us and so on and so forth. They have a very short memory. We had the water bombers, everyone ready, going over to California. It was last year. We sent down hydro linemen down to the Carolinas and Georgia to help out. That's what neighbors do, right? You don't get on and start threatening and criticizing, because guess what? One day it's going to be your turn. And we're going to be down there without hesitation to support our neighbors, which we should be. But all the rhetoric going on there, and it's not from all Americans. I'll tell you, Americans love Canadians.
You know, these asses I've been kissing for the past few years, they're not helping out when we need it.
And we Canadians love Americans, but to make the comments they did through the administration, unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable.
So Ford government taps Canadian military for help with massive Ontario wildfires. Because it's getting really bad. So this is where the federal and provincial would have to work together. No, they only work together when it's about making oil pipelines and things of that sort, not when it comes to actually helping people. And so people's lives are at risk. Ontario MPP demands a stronger wildfire response from the government.
Northern Ontario MPP Sol Mamakwa is expressing his frustration with both the provincial and federal government in providing support with the wildfires currently raging in the region.
Northern Ontario, it's burning, and we are here.
So this is Sol Mamakwa. He was the one that also tweeted out the footage of the train that was surrounded by fire.
Hearing almost nothing from the Prime Minister of Canada, but also the Premier of Ontario. The situation is urgent and needs to be treated as an emergency. It is. People's lives and homes are at risk. Every possible measure needs to be taken by Ontario and Canada to keep our community safe.
Earlier this week, Mamakwa posted this video showing a wildfire encroaching on a CN rail train. Community members.
I don't think there was anything else in this that I wanted to... Oh, so Minister of Energy Preparedness Jill Dunlop said on Thursday that she had requested help from Ottawa, including the military, to speed up evacuations in the north. And somebody, who is it? Who is saying it? Somebody said it about the military. This is like, oh yeah, Atticus among us. Good. Let the military do something useful. This is like the only thing that I could see a military being used for is for disaster relief. You know, I'd be fine if that's all the Canadian military did. We wouldn't need 3 billion in armored vehicles for that. But to go in and help with disaster relief here, around the world, it doesn't matter. That I can see being a use for a military. So in response to a significant threat of wildfire and activity in Northern Ontario, province has issued formal request assistance. This includes possible Canadian Armed Forces deployment. Okay, moving on, because I still have some tabs to get through. But somebody pointing out to Doug Ford, like, where are your priorities? I think we see. So again, I don't give a fuck what's in Doug Ford's heart. I care about what he does. And what has he done? Well, he has spent $200 million on Ontario Place parking garage, $112 million for record-breaking partisan ad spend, $8 million for the Premier's office payroll last year, $231 million for canceling green energy contracts. He did that as soon as he got in. I was talking about $1.9 billion for an earlier corner store alcohol rollout, $28.9 million for private jet purchase canceled only after he got caught. $121,409 for Toronto PC MPPs to stay in Toronto hotels, over $140,000 for private chartered flights. There are examples, many, many more. There's definitely a pattern here. So this was from Elena. Don't tell me what you value, show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value. This year's Ontario budgeted $150 million for wildfire management after spending roughly $271 million last year, knowing full well that the fire season was getting longer and more intense. And meanwhile, these are all the things that Doug Ford was willing to spend billions on. Budgets reveal priorities. Ontario's 2026 wildfire management budget is going to cost Ontario so much more down the road. And they were quote tweeting this out. Doug Ford saying, our government won't put a price on safety, and I mean it when we say we will spare no expense to protect communities from wildfires. To the firefighters and emergency personnel on the ground, to everyone who has been impacted by these fires, my message is simple. We will have your backs no matter what. Really? Really? And yeah, people aren't having it in the comments below that. No, he was, you know, when it comes to alcohol, again, 1.9 billion just to get alcohol into corner stores earlier than planned. Yeah, he's all about that. But, you know, money for firefighters? And there was another leader to reply to all of this. Pierre Poilievre, you know what? These forest fires, not the end of the world. Don't worry about climate change. We're good.
Good news, everyone. The world is not coming to an end after all.
Don't worry, kids, about climate change. Don't worry about taking action on the planet. Enjoy your 10 hours in the car and let the planet burn.
This is a big development. After all, over the last decade, Mark Carney's been telling us all that oil and gas was a, quote, existential threat to the planet and climate. In plain English, that means that the world could cease to exist. We're in a climate crisis.
You know Mark Carney gave up on that and is doing everything you would want to right now, Pierre, right?
You need a plan to get out of it. But in a YouTube video the other day, he changed his mind. In fact, he now says we no longer need to meet our emissions reductions targets at all.
The changes we have made will mean that our emissions will be higher in the next few years.
Let's recap. Mark Carney wrote a book called Values that pushed bigger and broader carbon taxes and bans on gas vehicles to keep oil and gas in the ground. But if you don't like those values, I guess he's got other ones. He was even the UN's climate envoy, where he pushed a report that said we need to keep 65% of our oil in the ground. He founded the Net Zero Alliance of banks committed to starving oil and gas investment.
Anyway, Pierre Poilievre is saying, climate change is not the end of the world. And Rachel Gilmore is just pointing out, anyway, yeah, this is what Canada looks like right now. Yeah, douche canoe. But there is a leader in Ontario who's doing a good job. And it ain't Mart Stiles. Yeah, I am never going to forgive her for not stepping down from the NDP. Because she has sunk the party for the next election because of her ego. I'm talking about Mike Schreiner, leader of the Ontario Greens, who tweeted this out on July 15th and actually showed compassion towards people instead of like, I'm on it. He says, my heart goes out to everyone evacuating Northwest Ontario due to the wildfires. We need preparedness, plan, and funds to support wildland firefighters before there's an emergency, not after the fire's already putting lives at risk.
My heart goes out to everyone being evacuated due to the forest fires in northwestern Ontario. And I just want to say thank you to the first responders and the wildland firefighters who are working so hard to keep us all safe and to get the fires under.
So you see this background? That's not a filter. That's what it looked like outside. That yellowish tone.
Under control. This is exactly why the Ontario Greens have been calling on the Ford government to have a properly funded wildland firefighting protection plan, a plan that's funded up front so the proper investments can be made prior to fire season to ensure that wildland firefighters are properly paid, they have the right kind of PPE they need to be safe, and they have the equipment they need to keep our communities safe. We know, sadly, due to the climate crisis, we're going to see more wildfires and other unsafe weather events, and we need to properly plan and properly fund plans to keep people safe in our communities. I think the Ontario people deserve that.
And more from Mike Schreiner. I talked with Chief Gord of the Carleton Fire Department about why wildland fire prep can't wait until fire season starts. We need to get to the fires while they're small, invest early, equip our firefighters properly. The Ontario Greens are ready to work across the party lines as we call on the Ford government to fund real wildland firefighter preparedness plan.
Well, I'm right here with the Carling Fire Department just to talk about the importance of volunteer firefighting, especially in rural and remote communities, and to also talk about the importance of investing in wildland firefighting equipment, training, and preparation. Because when these guys can go out into the field and prevent a wildfire, that benefits all of us. And I just want to thank them and all the other firefighters all across Ontario for the great work they do in keeping our community safe. So Gord, thank you for taking the time. I know you guys are super busy, and I know that your primary job is to protect the municipality, but you're also now starting to make investments in wildland firefighting equipment, in training. I'm curious why you've decided to make those kinds of investments.
So what we've learned through experience is the importance of getting onto wildland fire really quickly, getting them when they're small, still manageable. The example I like to use is Parry Sound 33 because it was a huge fire a few years ago.
I remember that one.
And it was able to get big, and then it gets to the point where it's hard to stop.
Sometimes people say, oh, we've always had fires. Of course we've always had fires.
Yeah.
But now they're just
Sorry, the volume's a bit low on this one.
Deal with.
Yeah. Paying a lot more attention to rehab for our firefighters is become essential too, right? So.
Yeah. I get frustrated.
Did we just get pond jumpers? Welcome. It looks like No Justice and Kevin Logan. Thank you so much. It's super appreciated. Just talking about the wildfires that are ravaging this province and this country right now, and how much the federal Carney government sucks and the provincial Ford government sucks. This is the leader of the Green Party of Ontario, who I wish did a lot better. But thank you so much, everyone. Also go check out No Justice and Kevin Logan's channel. And while you're here, like, subscribe, support Canadian politics with sarcasm and sass.
Because I meet with the guys, the wildland firefighters, and they're always saying, like, we need the investments up front before the fire season starts. And oftentimes they're cut in the provincial budget. Yeah. And then the response is always, well, we'll make the investments if we need them. Well, sometimes that's too late because the fire's already started, you know? So when I go back to Queen's Park in the fall, any messages you want me to deliver that would help you guys out?
We're always grateful for what we get from the province, right?
Yeah.
You can't downplay the importance of the investment in wildland fire.
Yep.
You can't. Once the fire gets big, I remember my cousin saying it's so big only God can put it out.
Yeah.
Right? Because and we, our job is to make sure, try and make sure it doesn't get that way.
The Ontario Greens continue to call on the Ford government.
Okay. Okay, almost done. Just wanted to point out something here. Got back up. So somebody's saying, anyone looking outside today and thinks the pipeline will fix this, or more infrastructure that burns more fossil fuels is cynically irresponsible. Projects that don't make the environment healthier, water cleaner, and air more breathable are not economically sustainable. And so this is what Toronto and my area looked like during parts of the week and probably will again next week. And so somebody was just sarcastically saying, I think a giant spa where Ontario Place was the answer. Yes, spending tens of millions of dollars on a fucking luxury spa. Actually, hundreds of millions of dollars on a fucking luxury spa. Yeah, that's what we need. We didn't need firefighter preparedness, but a fucking luxury spa. And do you know who's trying to justify it? Well, a former politician, Adam Vaughan, who was a past member of parliament and former Toronto city councillor. Also, get this, senior advisor at the Therm Canada, the people building that spa. The views and opinions expressed here are my own. Oh, I'm sure they are. I'm sure. You're just the senior advisor at Therm Canada, the people building this fucking spa. Like what? Did you have a little search feature in your Twitter? So if anybody says spa in Ontario Place, you immediately go and respond like a fucking bot? And Adam Vaughan says, actually, yes. Clean water, cool temperatures, and clean air are all vital components of good health. Part of what therms offer is a respite from high heat and poor air quality that allows for physical activity and fun. Literally an affordable urban oasis for times like these. Yes, when the world is burning around you and the air is orange, come into a spa. We have air filters. You can just pretend. Yeah. And it's affordable. It's a little urban oasis. You can just do that whole meme of where you're sitting in the room and the fire's burning and you're saying, this is fine. This is fine. Yeah. Just come to a spa. Who cares about the fucking environment? Come to a spa. And then somebody says, how much are we talking? Admission starts at close to $40. Yeah, $40 isn't affordable to, unhoused people who have to breathe in this fucking toxic air. Or to most people, really. In this economy, with the cost of living and everything, $40 admission. Is that a single person? So you expect families to go to a fucking spa and spend over $100? Somebody just saying 40 isn't affordable for the people who most desperately need a respite from the heat, seniors, disabled, homeless, children, and this is absolutely nonsense. The people who can afford $40 for admission can already afford air conditioning. Oh, but adjusted for 40, for inflation, 40s is just about what it costs for Ontario Place, So who cares about all those vulnerable people? They can go fuck themselves then. Because, yeah, it's about the same price as it would have been for Ontario Place. Ontario Place, which had parkland, interesting shops and restaurants, and a water park, and a play area for kids, and a Lego world, and all that sort of stuff. A place you would actually want to go as a family. And I remember as a kid going there. Have great memories of that place, school trips and stuff. Do you think there's going to be fucking school trips to a spa? And somebody just saying, oh, okay, I didn't realize Therm was an emergency shelter. My bad. Yeah. So are you trying to sell it like all this clean water and air in the fucking spa? Well, we'll just use it like an emergency shelter that you have to pay $40 to get into. Problem solved. You know, he's probably looking at this like, you know what, this climate crisis, it's a bonus. It means we'll get more tickets to our spa. And then, of course, we have the Beaverton, which is the same as like the Canadian version of the Onion down in the States. Beaverton for the win. Doug Ford vows to fight wildfires by building as many new spas as necessary. Yep. Sounds about right. Anyway. Okay, so that is the wildfire docket. For the people who are rating, you're actually rating me when I'm not going to be here much longer. Well, doing this live stream much longer. But here, Pond Jumpers, take a look at my latest drawing. It's not done. It's a work in progress. But if you're a fan of No Justice and Kevin Logan, you should know who this is. Let's see. It'll help if I turn off a light. Yeah, it does help if I turn off a light. There we go. The thing about pencil lead is that there's a lot of reflection that happens. But like I said, I still have a lot of work to do on it, so it's nowhere near a done project. Well, actually, no, it is actually kind of near. Still have a lot of work to do, but it's closer to being done than not. Anyway, go and check the SandBox. Okay, back to the fighting about Graham Plattner, which I don't really care to get into. Let's put it this way. I'd be more than happy to talk about the whole Graham Plattner bullshit on somebody else's channel. If they invite me on. It's not my lane, but I feel like what I put in my video were things that were being missed and needed to be talked about. Because I have a slightly different perspective, I think, than a lot of people, and I put it in there. And so watch the video, the Graham Plattner video I made, where I talk about, again, I just seeing all these other people talk about it, but very important points as far as I was concerned were being missed. And so I'd be more than happy to talk about that bullshit, but on somebody else's channel. They'd have to invite me on. The Wild West, I miss salad. So do I. Sometimes when I treat myself to fast food, I really just get a pita because it's kind of like a salad in a wrap. So, because I like crunchy vegetables and stuff, and yeah. Let's see. The Wild West, oh my god, that sky, yeah. Hello, Jet, welcome to the SandBox. The Wild West, hope everyone has seen the Sea and Rail clip. That was crazy. Yeah. No, the people in that were staying so calm. But, like, I know for me, here's the thing. I'd probably be very calm in that moment too, because I have an autistic trait of delayed emotional reactions. And so in moments of crisis, I'm actually very calm. I freak the fuck out later. And it would kind of go into the mindset of like, well, there's nothing I can do. Like, it's just, you're in the middle of it. There's nothing I can do. Pond Jumpers, put a 1 in the SandBox if you want to see the clip that I'm talking about right now. It is just hauntingly horrific. the wildfire footage. If you haven't seen it yet, put a 1 in the SandBox, and then I still have the tab up. We can go and watch it again. If you pawn jumpers, you see I'm catering to you. It's audience capture, really. Now the pawn jumpers are here, I'm catering to you. It's all audience capture. Atticus Among Us. It's a crisis. Quick, get out your phone. I think most people have that mindset these days. You know, maybe it's like, let's document our deaths. Jet, my town almost burned down the other day. Luckily, they managed to contain the fire, but it wasn't as bad as the one, as this one obviously was. Still scary as fuck. I think it jumped. Okay, yeah, no. The Wild West, everyone stays safe in these evil days, yeah. I've had family who had to evacuate in northern Alberta. And again, it's just the problem there is that the infrastructure, you know, the roads aren't there, the people aren't there, the communities, the supports, because if you ship up a whole bunch of firefighters to tackle a fire, where are they going to sleep? What are they going to eat? You know, like they still need shelter and food and stuff. And so if there's no communities nearby for them to even, you know, go to a town hall, then yeah. Atticus Among Us, don't count on government, community organizations matter. Absolutely. Oh, sorry to hear about your oven, Jet. Wild West, strong economy on a mountain of ash, yeah. So life, Antarctica was like 90 degrees last year. The ice made it feel cooler, but if there'd be no ice, it would have been in the 90s. Yeah, there's a lot of methane in the permafrost, so life. Which is, you know, just the more the permafrost melts, the worse the environment's going to get. And it's been a problem in Russia too with their permafrost, with methane bombs basically going off and just releasing insane amounts of methane into the atmosphere. The Wild West were not the only country on fire. Yeah, I've been watching footage. Spain got hit hard. A lot of European countries have been hit hard with the wildfires. Democracy Now! Does a good job of covering forest fires from other countries. So you can always go there and check out their coverage on that. The Wild West Project Hail Mary was good. Yeah, it was a refreshing watch. Because I've watched a lot of ship movies, but this one is like, oh, actually I really enjoyed this one. And part of me wishes that I could go be put on a spaceship and just fly away from you. Never to come back. You know, if all my needs were met on that spaceship, like I had all the food I needed, comforts, some cats. Yeah. The Wild West, give the bear rakes, yeah. Let's see. I hope you're doing better, Jet. Hello, Rich P. Welcome to the SandBox. Let's see. Oh, and hey, Pawn Jumpers, check this out. I made this for a friend. You'll never guess where he's from. Because I also made this one. So I have a bunch of Pride ones. So queer-related ones like this that I made for the Pride festivals. But then I recently made a batch of these ones as well. And on the back, it says Free Palestine. Let's see. Almost caught up. Okay, people talking about the raid. Ah, it jumped. The Wild West. It's neat how Sandy captures the soul in the eyes. Why, thank you. Talking about my Medi drawing. Atticus Among Us, hands and eyes are considered the hardest in art. Grand Theft Autobot, feet are hard too. A lot of feet are not drawn. Looney Tunes is the only one who wants to see the video. I'm pretty sure Loons is American. The Wild West does point out, though, that we're almost all pawn jumpers if we go back far enough, which is true. Oh, I didn't see any pawn jumpers say that they would like to see the video. Okay, yeah. Been at this for 4 hours. I'm getting pooped out. Pooped out. I have a lot of work to do. Working on the TYT essay. I actually got some more work done on that. Sorry, I just need to crack this open. Still a long way from getting that essay done. And I am nervous about it because, you know, I recently posted a couple videos that were very topical. You know, TYT's Rape Apologia, which is a very clickbaity title, and the Graham Plattner video, which I also thought I nailed the title. The Plattner platitudes, and in the thumbnail it says the Plattner pilled left. Like, come on, those are good. But, you know, as far as YouTube channels go, like as far as my channel goes, I got a good amount of views on it, but you know, if I only get a couple thousand views on my TYT essays, I'm just going to completely lose my mind because the amount of work I am putting into it, it's just mind-boggling how much work I am putting into this TYT essays. And I fall into moments like I'm currently in one where I'm like, is there any point to it? Like, am I doing this all wrong? Is anyone even going to watch it? Is anyone going to like it? But I keep on just kind of trying to push through these mood drops with it because, you know, I've already put so much work on it. To give up on it now would just be almost criminal. But I do worry that it's going to fall flat. after all the work that I put into it, and that will be very, it will be painful as a creator. Like, it's the same, like if I were to draw a picture of Medi and spend all this time in it and I show it to everyone and they're like, oh, whatever. Like, like it's no big deal. Like yeah, I've just been putting so much work into it, and if it falls flat, there's a part of me that would be kind of devastated. Because I think only content creators and editors will understand the amount of work that's in it. I am clipping from well over 200 videos. That is not an exaggeration. The amount of videos that I've had to go back and search, and those are just the videos that I've ended up clipping from, not all the ones I've watched for the sake of these videos. The playlist will become available. I'll make it public afterwards so people can go and double check my work. But just the amount of work that goes into it. Sometimes spending 3 hours to find a 15-second long clip. It's just, oh. But, like, I hope my points are made in it, because it's not just me showing clips. It's me putting in my commentary, putting in my thoughts about different things, and I really hope it shows through. But I do worry about it because, like, I look at the Plattner video and it's like, people still, how much do I have to spoon feed these things? No one is saying secret Nazis are good. We're saying we care about what people put out in the world. Who they are as a person, I don't give a fuck. I don't care what a politician is in their personal life. I care about how they vote and the policies they advocate for and all that sort of stuff. But so many people are like, oh, but if they're a secret Nazi, then they'd be working towards these things. And then it's like, yeah, then I would care. If they're putting forward fascist policies, then I would care. And it's such an extreme example. There are no secret Nazis out there that are anti-fascist. Like, what? Why do I even have to say that? And so there's a lot of points where I'm like, I think people might just miss it. And it's like, do I go back and defend it all the time? Like, I don't get into back and forth in the comments section, because why? And it's a hard way to communicate. But yeah, it's just, come on, people. There's bigger points at play, but yeah, like, I hope the points I'm trying to communicate come across clearly with those videos. And, like, even if I get that, even if, let's say, I only get a couple thousand views per video essay, but all the comments are like totally understanding where I was going with things and saw the points I was making, then it would still feel like an accomplishment. But for those of you who have actually seen sneak peeks of it, let me know if you think it's good so far, of the sneak peeks you've seen. If you've enjoyed it. I know Little Wild West has paid to see a lot of those sneak peeks. If you think it'll be good. But yeah, like, I'm pulling from an insane amount of videos, and it's just, I can't help but be detailed in my creations. And then I go down so many rabbit holes where I'm looking for something and then I find something else, and that adds. I've at least settled for, I'm not adding any more narratives. So I just finished the section on how Jake and Anna accuses the left of being full of hate. Then next is their comments about surgery for trans people and birthing people. But I'm not going to add like a new topic of like, oh, here's something they reversed on that I don't already have. And so I've already done a section on the wildfires in LA. And so if I find another clip that's relevant to that, then I might add it. But I'm not going to do, here's another completely random issue that they've flipped on. I'm not going to be adding new points. So the points that I have might still get complex and they might still branch off, but I'm not adding new points. So yeah. Oh, let's see. Yes, I know you're American Looney Tunes. Christy, Sandy, are you still planning on doing an art segment on your channel? I love to sit through some instructions. You will have to go to my other YouTube channel, Sandy Lovis. Sandy Lovis. That will be where I'd be doing art segments because that channel is specifically for art writing and all things creative. And I just posted a couple videos on it yesterday. They're old videos from that were posted on this channel, but I'm trying to transfer over all my art videos to that one because YouTube doesn't like it when you mix themes. So all my art and like creative art and writing related videos will be put onto that channel. So go subscribe to that. I do plan on making a video about like the queer paintings I made over the summer and just like how I did it and all that sort of stuff. But that's where I'll be sharing like the tips and tricks I've learned along the way. Looney Tune, I have no fucking idea when it will be released. Like I said, I still have to get the initial draft done. That's the hardest part. Hands down, hardest part is the initial draft. Because while I'm doing the initial draft, I'm building all the montages, the clips, cleaning them up, putting breaks in them where adding dialogue and adding them into my dialogue. I'm typing out the tweets that I'd be reading out loud. Like all of that is being built into it. So then that way, when I do get to recording my audio, it's going to be so much fucking easier to actually edit. But once the initial draft is done, I still have to go through and edit it and check over it. And this process has taken so long that I have to make sure that the beginning has the same feel as the end. Because I've changed during this process. And so I want to make sure that it has the same feeling, the same vibe, like it's in the same, like you're reading a book and it's a romance book, but then suddenly blink an eye turns to horror, like it's switching genre. I don't want to do that. So I want to make sure like the genre of the video is consistent through all the essays, and there will be a bunch of them. The Wild West, we're running out of time before the world ends. I want to see the TYT video. No, I'm pretty sure I'll get it done before the end of the world. I think I just jinxed that. Yes, well over 200 videos, Looney Tunes. Chrissy, of course all Nazis are bad. There are no secret Nazis out there that are anti-fascist. I think we can agree all Nazis are bad because there's no such thing as an anti-fascist Nazi. The Wild West. Elon Musk started off pretending to be progressive, though. I don't think he was pretending. I think he's just messed up. And I think he believed it at the time. He believed he'd be a savior and all that sort of stuff, and then when that didn't work out, he changed. But I think he believes everything in the moment. Atticus Among Us, get it out. Waiting for perfection shouldn't be the goal. I'm not waiting for perfection. I'm not. There will be so many mistakes in the final drafts of my TYT essays, no doubt about it. I'm not waiting for perfection. I'm just trying to make sure I get all my points out. Looney Tune says, oh, it's good so far. The Wild West thinks it will be amazing. Atticus Among Us, how about the mods quitting after their shit? That's in the essay. Talking about the mods quit. Let's just say I used to think it'd be like a 3-hour long video and I would release it on a Sunday. And then I'm like, okay, so I might have to split it into at least 2 videos because it's getting really long. So I would drop it on a Saturday, Sunday because I kind of wanted to drop it before Jake and Anna would have a response to it. Just get them both out there. And then I was thinking, well, maybe I can do like a long weekend you know, a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, because it's again, and now it's like, fuck it, it's going to be TYT Shark Week. Like for an entire week, there's going to be a meaty video dropped, essay. And then afterwards, I'll be doing a live stream to answer any or respond to any super chats, and because they're all going to be premiered, and then just to have a talk back about it, and I'll try to get guests on for that. Rich P will be amazing. Thank you. I appreciate anybody's faith in me right now with it, because like I said, I just hit ebbs and flows with it, and right now I'm in a whatever's the bottom, feeling like I'm wasting all my time on it, and it's going to crash and fall flat, and it's going to be horrible. I imagine it will be out before the winter. The Wild West, this is what we need to watch out for, though, how progressives become complicit, like Anna and Jank. And I think my videos will show that, actually. Because, like, there's a lot of things that we put up with now that we would never put up with 10 years ago. Like, you think about the Trump presidency and all the corruption and stuff he's gotten away with, same with Doug Ford. Whereas, I didn't include it in this, but when I was talking about the MPPs who spent tens of thousands of dollars in hotel rooms, but like 15 years ago or so, an MP, so federal level politician, got in hot water for a $12 orange juice. But when I read into it, it was more than just that, and she wasn't actually fired. She resigned and stuff. But still, it was considered part of the scandal, was a $12 orange juice that she charged to the taxpayers. But it was also the upgrades of the hotel room and everything else involved with it. So I didn't add it. And so, like, if you were to just, if everything had been hunky-dory up to this point, and then Doug Ford decided to botch this fire response, or he decided to do the therm spa or something, without everything else, people would be like, what the fuck are you doing? That's happening with TYT. And I think, well, with Jank and Anna. And I think my videos will help paint that picture where you see who they were before, but then it's been like this gradual buildup to what they are now. And so they're doing things now that the audience from 10 years ago would be like, what the fuck was that? Like, really, what did you just say? Like, but they still have a lot of that audience because of that gradual buildup to this. And the video will really lay out a whole bunch of things that have happened to them over the past long time, not just a couple years, but a long time. And you'll see the evolution of where they were to how they are now. So let's see. The Wild West, nobody thinks they're joining a cult. Everyone thinks they're getting involved with a good thing. Well, you're all part of my cult. Just saying, you're part of my cult. I made a video about it once. Go back and watch it. Back when I was just doing video postings. I made a cult about the Left of the Box. So, I have a cult, you're all in it. Ha! Take that. There's a lot of movies and TV shows and stuff where you try to rewatch and it's like, oh, that did not age well. And it's like, how did I ever accept that as a child? And there's a lot of songs with fucking dirty lyrics in it that I remember singing as a child where it's like, why did any adult allow me to hear that? Yes, Rich P, you're in a cult. I have an old video about it. You can go back and check it out. Oh. One thing I liked doing was I found this box set of old cartoons at Walmart. Like, I mean, old cartoons, like the original Superman cartoons and Betty Boop and stuff like that. And that's quite the thing. And it's like, oh, Superman isn't all that bad until you get to where he's in Japan and you're like, holy fuck. It's like, that was on TV. And the Betty Boop is like, okay, yeah, I could see it for the times. I could see it for the times. Like, that makes sense for the times. And then she gets to the native reserve, and then you're like, holy fuck. That was really bad. That was really, really bad. The Wild West not sounding like Jared Leto? I have no idea what that means. Reference frame. Is the Kool-Aid good, at least, Sandy? I have standards for my cults. It's only the best Kool-Aid. Passion fruit. I think what it comes down to with the Grand Planner thing a lot is people should have just allowed for the conversation to happen. Because, yes, people who were pushing back on Planner were harassed pretty severely. I wasn't really... I remember some people saying, well, Rebecca Watson doesn't watch the Majority Report anymore, and my response is, did you see her fucking video? Like, it's just, go watch your video and then make your own judgment. But people should be free to just have these conversations. Christy, does this cult have weed? Because I can't be in a cult without weed. We're in Canada, so yeah, of course. Standard practice for cults up here. Oh, okay. So I think that is all for now. So yeah, go to my other channel if you want to see more of my art stuff. I'll eventually be putting on new content, original content onto that channel. It's just the TYT essay. Like, I wish I've been clipping these videos and stuff because there's a lot of things that I've talked about over the past while where it's like, that would have been handy in a clip that I could just point people to, but it's like, no, in a live stream once upon a time, I covered this topic. Go back and watch it. But I don't even know which one. So I do hope to get back to clipping. It's just, I only have so many spoons. And when I can use those actual spoons, I need to use them on the TYT essay, not clipping, not making new videos, because it really detracts from the project at hand. And I really need to get it done so I can do things like get back to my book, which I can't wait to get back to. Start watching a channel on how to write books and stuff like that too. How to write a good character, male character, female character, what are words to watch out for and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, how to edit your book and whatnot. Pretty good videos. I agree with a lot of what he's saying. One of my curse words in my books are the word that. I will do a that search afterwards and remove all the unnecessary that's, because that word gets used way too often. But just, I can't wait to get back to it and start plotting it out and whatnot. And I'm doing this knowing full well these books won't sell. You know, I might have a few loyal followers, like you all here, that will read the series, but I'm writing it in the, oh, what's the word? Fuck, what's the word? I'm writing them in the, something of Star Trek Next Generation spirit. I'm writing them in the spirit of Star Trek Next Generation narrative. So it's not sci-fi. What it means is that not every book will be like, the world is coming to an end. There's this big battle happening, climax. World horrible, blah. Sometimes a book will just be about the development of a character. You know, some things that they went through and how they dealt with it, or, you know, a relationship building or something. Like sometimes a book will just be not gripping, you know, suspense. It'll just be, here's part of their story. Here's something that happened in their life that helped to make them who they are today type thing. You know, so, but then other books will be like, there's a massive danger element conflict happening in that particular book. And so it's, and then there will be like some underlying things that carry through all the books. So it's not going to be like bestsellers because people want books that are like high octane, gripping every single one, no matter what. Whereas some of these will just be a very leisurely read, I guess you could say. And I can't wait to get back to them because I just want to live in that world. So this is something like, even if I don't post these books, it's something I want to do. I want to write them no matter what. No matter if they sell or not, I want to write them because I want to explore and be in that world. So I don't care if people think that, oh, this one wasn't a page turner. I don't give a fuck. Because I want to be there. I want to see it. Because sometimes as I'm writing the book, I'm reading it. Right, I should see if there's anyone that I am familiar with to raid. PlayStation. The TYT live channel. Yeah, the TYT 24/7 channel is live right now. Nothing else is live right now that I'm familiar with. Okay. So we will not be raiding anyone right now. Yep. So thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you mods for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thank you everyone who has helped out financially. I wouldn't have been able to do all of this without you. Like quite literally, there's no way I would have made it this far on my channel if it wasn't for the wonderful, amazing support of all of you. Even if all you're doing is liking, subscribing, sharing my content, every little bit helps. I've worked hard to earn all my subscribers, and you know, I appreciate all of you. And if you do have money to spare, please help out if you can, but only if you can. And you can do that by becoming a patron or a member of this channel. I like to have an even split if possible. Or you can purchase something off my Amazon wish list, which helps me because that's one less thing I need to buy. You can buy my book. Order art from me. That sort of thing helps out financially too. All of that helps. And spread the word about me to other channels so that I can do more collaborations. Still looking to be on a channel larger than my own. So interesting. I'll be interested to see who that is. So I guess Hassan is live right now. So people can go check that out. If you're not done, I will probably be tapping out, having something to eat. So I think with all that, you can see me Wednesday on this space, and then my next news live stream most likely Sunday evening. With all of that, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.